never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil to Algeria or Syria.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. Khalil's lawyers say they have 30 days from last Friday's ruling to appeal. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel, who, like the other late-night host, was a harsh critic of the Trump administration, and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Only 35% of parents are satisfied with the quality of K-12 education in the U.S.
According to a recent Walton Family Foundation Gallup poll, only 7% of respondents are completely satisfied, while 28% report being somewhat satisfied. The findings mark the lowest satisfaction level since Gallup began conducting the poll in 1999. The previous low mark of 36% satisfaction happened in the 2000 and 2023 versions of the survey. The findings come several months after President Trump signed an executive order directing Education Secretary Linda McMahon to dismantle the department. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 124 points. The S&P 500 rose by 31 points, and the Nasdaq gained 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Texas man has been accused of making threatening phone calls to New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani.
The Queens District Attorney alleges 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, made threatening calls to the Democratic Socialist and his campaign in June, leaving a series of increasingly alarming anti-Muslim messages. Mayor Adams weighing in.
We heard about this and they requested police detail. He has a full detail.
The FBI and local agencies were able to trace the calls to Fistel, charging him with 22 counts, including aggressive harassment as a hate crime and making terroristic threats. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Starbucks workers are taking legal action against their employer.
Class action lawsuits were filed in Illinois and Colorado on Wednesday, accusing the company of breaking the law by implementing a new dress code without reimbursing employees for the associated expenses. Multiple plaintiffs said they requested reimbursement from Starbucks to conform to the new dress code, but were denied. Now the workers are seeking damages on behalf of all Starbucks workers in states where lawsuits were filed, as well as those not unionized. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Registration for tickets for the 2028 Olympics begins in January.
LA 28 organizers say tickets for the Olympic Games will start at $28. People who live in the venue cities will get early access. For others, ticket access will be determined through a draw process. The exact date the registration window opens has not been announced. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Looks like it is that time once again. How about that? Another day passes by. We're rolling into a Friday. So here comes the weekend. Looks like it'll be the 19th day of September here in 2025. Real quick, like just a tip of the hat. Thank you much, Josh Malloy, for getting our program started again this Friday morning. Josh has a brand new tune that just dropped 7 minutes ago. I was able to do the quick YouTube search shortly after the midnight hour. If you want to go check that out, you might be the first one to view it. Go to YouTube and type in Josh Malloy Outsider. Brand new tune. I haven't had a chance to hear it yet, so looking forward to that. Just wanted to pass that your way. Meanwhile, we kick things off here Friday, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another clear night outside the secret bunker here, Southwest Ohio. 65 degrees. It's just dry. Dry is the word. It continues to be the case, maybe for the foreseeable future. Yeah, where is the rain gone? That's why we'll start off with our traveler's weather. There is no shortage of rain falling tonight through the heart of Missouri, central and eastern Missouri. Some of this moving into west central Illinois. Some pockets of heavy rain. Yet we've seen a few flash flood warnings as well with some of those torrential downpours. Yeah, more rain up into west central portions of Iowa tonight. Not quite as heavy there. Still, another night of some scattered showers in portions of North Dakota, northern South Dakota. Then we get back into the southwestern USA. Spotty showers. Central, Southern California. On over into parts of Arizona. They had some torrential rains there in the Phoenix area. Some flash flood warnings earlier this past evening. So over the last several days, we had a coastal storm that did bring some much-needed rain to parts of the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, but the prospects for widespread soaking rain very limited for much of the east, at least into early next week. Yeah, the same dip in the jet stream and that wedge of dry air that's been protecting the Atlantic and Gulf Coast from any organized tropical systems has limited rainfall over much of the eastern third of the country in recent weeks and continues to dominate the weather pattern through the weekend ahead. That dryness has been building and expanding since early August to the point where there are patches of moderate to even severe drought now. The reduction of Gulf moisture during the second half of the summer has been pretty significant compared to the first half. Humidity, as you'll recall, were very high June through much of July, and that humidity was triggering flash flood incidents nearly daily somewhere in the eastern half of the country. The number of thunderstorms typically dwindles significantly during the latter part of summer into fall. Storms this time of year tend to occur when a strong storm system or a front is moving through, and even then there's no guarantee there's going to be thunder and lightning due to the limited moisture. But a cool front dropping across the northeast into Friday would typically set off a significant amount of thunderstorm activity if it occurred in June, but with no Gulf moisture coming in, we're talking maybe a limited number of showers, if anything, dry conditions in store for racing activities in New Hampshire this weekend. They advise campers use extreme caution with open flames and sparks due to the tinder dry conditions. Even though evaporation rates are much lower this time of year, mid-September, compared to, say, like mid-June, very limited rain has caused many lawns to turn brown, entering their dormancy weeks earlier than they typically would. The prolonged dryness obviously stressing many trees. Leaves are changing prematurely, dropping quickly. If you're planning road trips to view the fall foliage, you may need to move your trip forward or maybe shift your travels further south, as the leaf change is ahead of average in many areas due to the drought. The lack of rain becoming serious in parts of the northeastern In central USA, some small streams drying up, larger rivers reduced to a fraction of their usual flow. Of course, the lack of rain is affecting hay production, which many farmers rely on to feed their livestock during the winter. Drought affecting agriculture and fishing. It may soon impact drinking water supplies, according to AccuWeather, as water tables drop and levels in wells and reservoirs begin to decline in the region. Groundwater levels in West Virginia are near or even lower than last year during the exceptional historical drought that peaked last year about this time. In addition to the east, another area that's starving for moisture is Missouri and Arkansas. Farmers have just about given up. Some impacts being felt on the Mississippi River with the narrowing, shallowing of the shipping channel. River levels forecast to drop even more in the coming days before stabilizing or possibly turning around a little bit. Levels not quite as extreme as we saw in 2022 and 2023 in most areas, at least not just yet. There are some signs of a pattern change that could at least favor moisture flowing from the Gulf into the central states. Some moisture has allowed thunderstorms over the Great Plains over the last couple weeks. That trend should shift a bit further east next week. There are some secondary rivers over the plains that are adequately watered. Rivers in South Dakota, like the Bad, the Big Sioux, the James, actually experiencing minor flooding in some locations. All the rain's been kind of confined to that region in recent days. One spot that will have no trouble getting rain is the central and southern portions of Florida. Thunderstorms will rumble almost every day into next week. Much of Florida has been the prime spot for rain here in September. As of September 17, Orlando has picked up 6.35 inches, nearly double the historical average here. Further south, Miami, even wetter, 14.3 inches of rain, about 2.5 times the historical average there. And that's without even a tropical storm. Now, Tampa has managed to avoid the downpours, just over a half inch of rain, which is about 9% of average for the entire month of September. Dryness becomes more extreme over the northern counties. Through the Florida Panhandle, there's only been 0.3 of an inch of rain in Jacksonville. Gainesville has seen 3/100ths of an inch. Have not seen a drop of rain in Tallahassee, Florida, thus far in the entire month of September. It all depends on where you are, I suppose. All right, we'll take a look at the tropics, get the latest, what's going on, rolling into a Friday. Of course, college football coming up this weekend. What's on tap? I believe we've got some big games. 16 past the hour. See who we got checking in. Flip over here to the stream chat. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Uncle Chops, morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners. He's a Buffalo fan. Go Buffalo. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 66 degrees. Platkill, New York tonight. Shorty, what do we have? I-77 northbound, Wytheville, Virginia, 61 degrees. Columbus bound. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve. And the gang. TGIF. Greatest day of the week. Yes. Cloudy, 73 here in eastern Oklahoma. Headed toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. What's up, people? There's Michael, first one to join us on YouTube this morning. Jerry, Bills 31, Dolphins 21. Got a barn burner Saturday, Auburn versus Oklahoma. Okay, we'll see if that's one of the picks we'll have coming up with Big Ed and the Grump here this Friday morning. 72 degrees here in central Alabama. War Eagle. All right, thank you. Country Bumpkin checking in, Waterford, Michigan. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Bill, hello, Steve. Everyone, 67, cloudy here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express. It's Friday, Everybody enjoy your weekend. I've got to work Saturday. Yeah, that's the frozen pizza business, folks. So, all right, be safe out there, drivers. Hello to Marianne in the house, saying hello to all the listeners out there. Gregory, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody's doing well. Have a safe night. Okay, we'll get to some other folks checking in. Rolling into a new day. Ready for the weekend? Here it comes, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, hello to Jeffrey, Southern Florida. All aboard. All right, Michael says, not really a country music fan at all, but I must say about like 34th-ish for the new Josh Malloy song. I threw him a like. All right, thanks for the likes there. Hot off the press, as they say. Kevin on board. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 69 degrees at this hour. It was a hot one on the golf course today. Or yesterday. Played pretty well. Played a 4-man best ball. Used several of my shots. Made some nice iron shots. Hit some long putts. Anyway, showed up at my doctor's office this past morning to get that paperwork signed. And they say, oh, he's on vacation. Needless to say, I was not pleased. I'll let him know. Why didn't you tell me he wasn't going to be there when I was there on Wednesday and told you I'm coming back on Thursday? When I finally get this paperwork signed, I'm probably going to find a new doctor. Anyway, I love how the left is losing their minds over ABC and the Jimmy Kimmel. You know, they sure didn't say anything when they canceled Gina Carano from Disney's Star Wars series, The Mandalorian, and a number of other conservatives whose lives were ruined. Kimmel's an employee. Lousy ratings. Hasn't been funny in years. I'm glad Turning Point's board has unanimously voted Erica Kirk, of course, Charlie's widow now, as the CEO, and over 40,000 new requests for chapters in various colleges, high schools, private schools, and others that they've received in recent days. There is a movement underway with young people That is encouraging for our country. All right, go Buckeyes. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Good to have you with us. And hello to Cap and Ron.
Well, let's get this party started. It's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Can you believe Friday already once again? Today's the greatest day of the week, by the way.
Oh, well, I don't know. Everybody counts the hours towards Monday, so I would have to argue that fact.
Boy.
You know, they say, well, I got 2 hours. I got 36 hours, you know. I got to be at work in 10 hours. And
yeah.
So it's got to be the greatest.
That's every, I'll be
so
honest.
Anyway, yeah.
Anytime I hit the hay, you know, Friday's a good day, you know, you're off Friday night, and then Saturday night when I'm sleeping, I'm like, oh, crap, this is it. I got to go back to work tomorrow night.
Exactly. We get that one day, that one good day, Saturday. Do you take a nap when you're done Friday, or you stay up till go to bed with the princess?
I do sleep a few hours, you know, like midday-ish, but I rather than sleep until 9 o'clock in the evening, I'll probably get up like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. So it says from like noon to 4 or 5, get up and then go out to eat or something, you know.
Yeah, that's what I do too. My wife works till 4 or 4:30, so I usually get me a 2, 3, 4 hour nap on Friday, and of course you go to bed like a normal person Saturday. And that messes you up for Sunday.
Yep.
It's a vicious cycle we live in. So, no rain for Tampa or Clearwater either, and they're not showing any on the app until next week for us. It's been pretty dry lately. But that's Florida, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your plan for the weekend?
I don't know that we have any solid plans. I'm sure the princess will want to go out. She'll probably be begging for a Roosters night, and I think we're going to go out.
Roosters?
Either Friday or Saturday. I think we're supposed to go out to Uncle Fred's, try to round up his cats. We've got to find someone to adopt. He's almost like the old cat lady you hear about. He's got like 9 cats living in his garage. He's got 2 or 3 in the basement. He's got 3 of them that actually he lives with upstairs. Cats. Cat
Daddy.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, Cat Daddy. That Roosters, what is that? Kind of like a variety of stuff you can get?
Yeah, I mean they're famous.
You seem to go there just about every week.
Famous for their wings, but they've got a full variety: pizza, hamburgers, salad soup.
Yeah, we had
chili.
a place like that in Michigan.
Yep.
That they called Red Rooster. We used kind of the same thing, just a little bit of everything.
Yep.
That we'd used to get every once in a while. So I was wondering if it was about the same thing. So yeah, I get to guzzle that solution for that abdomen CT scan. So that stuff's pretty nasty, you say?
I wasn't real pleased trying to get it down. That's all I can tell you. I don't know which is worse, like a colonoscopy, perhaps, or the contrast dye for the CT. They're both pretty nasty.
I don't mind the colonoscopy prep. I get the stuff I get. You just dump in like Gatorade and drink 8 ounces at a time until you do half of a gallon, and then you wait till a certain time, and then you do the other half a gallon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's like 4 hours before the procedure or something. But that doesn't seem to bother me as much as the clear liquid the whole day before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get to drink some chicken broth or something like that. But, well, I won't keep you. I'm looking forward to the football report. you're getting pretty close to that time of the hour anyway, so I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll call you on the greatest day of the week.
Oh, boy. Well, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, greatest day of the week. That'll be here before we know it, right? Thank you. Captain Ron in the Sunshine State. What do we got? 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers forwarded this my way about an hour and a half ago. I guess it was just, breaking news in the last couple of hours. And I honestly, I didn't recognize the name, but I recognize a number of the songs. The music community mourning the loss of Brett James, a celebrated songwriter and National Songwriters Hall of Fame inductee. 57 years old, died in a plane crash, apparently. A small plane crash, I believe, in North Carolina. The National Songwriters Hall of Fame announcing his passing, confirming he was killed in the aircraft accident. Details about the crash limited as authorities continue their investigation. We'll give you more on that. So, breaking news. But many in the country music world, he's written a lot of songs that we would recognize. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today. Back following the news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, hello to Daniel. In reference to Captain Ron. This is, you know, when you're talking about doing a good clean out for the colonoscopy, you might just try Schmidt's beer. That always seemed to work pretty good for me. I bet it did. All right, Pappy's on board. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's Friday. All right, there's old Cripshot. Morning all. Cripshot in the house. Hello, Steve, Mary Ann, Dean, all the truckers leading this country. Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Driving under the stars in Fort Criswell, Virginia. 62 degrees. Remember, TGI if toes go in first. Everybody have a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up. Yeah, a guy by the name of Brett James. As I mentioned, I did not recognize the name. James, renowned for writing some of country music's biggest hits, including the likes of Carrie Underwood's Jesus Take the Wheel, Kenny Chesney's When the Sun Goes Down. His songwriting prowess earning him recognition as one of Nashville's most talented writers. Jesus Take the Wheel became a defining moment in Underwood's career, earned multiple Grammy nominations, becoming a crossover hit that resonating with audience beyond country music. Yeah, that song's success helping to establish James as a premier songwriter in the industry. James said in previous interviews his goal was always to write songs that connected with people on an emotional level. His career spanning decades, during which he crafted numerous chart-topping hits for various artists. His induction into the National Songwriters Hall of Fame, recognizing his significant contributions to American music. The investigation into the plane crash is ongoing. They say additional details about the circumstances surrounding the accident have not yet been released. But citing this as a significant loss for the songwriting community. He was respected for his ability to craft memorable melodies and meaningful lyrics that had touched millions of listeners. So prayers for the family. I believe that he was one of I think, was it 3 were killed in that crash. I'm not sure who the others were. I have to do some checking. I'm not sure if it was other family members or others in the industry. I'll check more on that for you here. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Well, it's been a while since we've heard from Eagle. I don't know if we've heard from Eagle all week. You've been hiding out there, Eagle? What's happening?
No, I've been at home for a couple of days. Took a couple of days off from the road, so I've been at home relaxing, watching the football games. I finally decided to come back out on the road. I don't have to do this, Steve. I do this because I enjoy driving. I got money stacked up to last me for a while, so I'm doing this right now for the enjoyment of it. If I decide to drive, I drive. If I want to sit at home, I can do that too. But like I said, I'm back out here on the road right now, trying to make some more money. Coming up on the end of the year. We got a couple more months left already, October. So we'll see how that goes. See how the month of October goes. Before it gets cold outside. We'll see what happens. But the weather so far is still warm down in Texas where I live at. It's still damn near 100 degrees outside, 95, 98 degrees. It still ain't cooled off. So hopefully it'll start cooling off in the next couple of days, weeks. And make things a little bit. I don't know about up north, but it's still hot down south. So we'll see what happens. I want to talk about football right quick before I get to this Memphis situation. The college football this weekend is kind of a down weekend. Ain't too many big games coming on. Ain't too many big games this week. The best games are going to be next week with Alabama and Georgia playing the following week. But as far as I checked the listings, ain't too many games going on Saturday that's really worth watching from what I saw. So I probably won't be watching no games on Saturday, but got a couple good NFL games coming on. Maybe try to check out one of them ball games. And as far as NASCAR goes, that situation, like I say, NASCAR is getting to be a dying sport, Steve, with all the stuff that they got going on. And, they got a lot of bad stuff going on in NASCAR right now. And you can tell by the ratings, you can see in the empty seats in the stands, people are not supporting NASCAR like they used to. So I think they got a real big problem in NASCAR. They're going to have to figure out something to make it more exciting for the fans. I know I don't watch the races as much as I used to, except for the restricted plate races. Now, as far as I've been wanting to tell you this, Steve, because like I said, I took a couple of days off. I've been wanting to talk about this Memphis situation. I told you about Memphis before in the past, about how out of control Memphis is. I started my trucking career in Memphis, Tennessee, a long time ago. And Memphis, once upon a time, Memphis was a nice place, but it's not now. It's not now. Martin Luther King, one of my idols, one of my childhood idols, he would be appalled if that's where Martin Luther King was killed back in 1968. Martin Luther King would be appalled if he went to Memphis right now and saw the conditions that Memphis is in. It's a damn shame. And remember I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I told you that how dangerous it was that the airport in Memphis is located in one of the worst neighborhoods in Memphis. And no sooner than I said that, the guy, one of the top people at FedEx, I don't know if you covered this subject, but he said that he's afraid to even walk out of the damn building in the FedEx to go, I forgot, like a couple of blocks. Because of all the gunfire and the danger in the Memphis area. It's really a damn shame the condition that Memphis is in. And they should have had the National Guard in there a long time ago and get them people out of there. The bad guys, get them out and keep them out. Because there are people there in Memphis that want to live a life and raise their families and not have to worry about gunfire and gun violence and gangs and drugs and prostitutes, you name it. It's so bad, like I told you before, it's so bad over there on Lamar Avenue, over there where the Love's truck stop is. You could see they had to how you say it? They had to destroy a hotel. There was a hotel across the street from the Love's truck stop. They had to put the place out of business because there were so many girls and prostitutes and drugs running rampant in that area. Yeah, so they had basically shut the whole thing down. That truck stop is infested with girls and prostitutes night after night, drugs and everything else. So they need to make a move on Memphis. Is anybody who don't like it, get the hell out of town. If you don't like what's going on in Memphis, find another place to live. Because I'm fed up with these people, Steve. At this point, they wanna just run roughshod on the city. They want to just do what the hell they want to do, and nothing be done about it. But it's time to put your foot down with these people in Chicago, Baltimore, and the list goes on and on of the cities that need to have a foot put up their rear end, because people have a right to live their life the way they want to live it, and without being worried about some loser punk trying to rob them at gunpoint, for a measly $10 or $20 because he's too lazy to go out and get a job. So the president or whoever that is, Trump, he's doing the right thing by bringing these people in, the National Guard and whoever else he feel like bringing them in. And because I'm fed up with it, and a lot of other people are fed up with it. So all I can say is, just keep doing the thing, keep making this thing the way it's supposed to be, Steve, and get these losers and punks in jail and behind bars where they belong, and make Memphis a place to be proud of. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, and I know you got some callers that call in from Memphis. Memphis ain't a place to be proud of right now, and I thank you for taking my call.
So I sat down earlier this week with the governor there in Tennessee, Bill Lee, actually at the Oval Office. Yeah, when he made the announcement, we're going into Memphis, much like they have done in Washington, D.C., like they're doing in Los Angeles, Chicago. They've been rounding them up there. Midway Blitz, the operation in Chicago right now. Trump said, we're going to take care of crime in Memphis and other cities step by step, just like we did D.C. The FBI, the Drug Enforcement Administration, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Department of Homeland Security, and others will be working with local authorities in Memphis to counter violent crime. The birthplace of rock and roll, right? Founded by Andrew Jackson in 1819, Memphis was at one point a very safe, family-friendly city. Crime has grown in recent years. The region ranks among the highest in the nation for murder and violent criminal acts. Now, Trump says a person's 10 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis today than Mexico City. It's been overrun, carjackings, robberies, shootings, killings. The governor expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to work with federal law enforcement partners. Governor Lee said, I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. Attorney General Pam Bondi will be overseeing the joint operation. This is going to be one more step in the right direction for Memphis, she says. We're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. Of course, Chicago on the radar as well. We got to save our big cities. Trump then highlighted New Orleans and St. Louis as other possible points of taking action around the country. One administration official pointed to the impact of the crackdown in the capital there as evidence that enforcing laws protects communities. It's important to understand is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history has been the crackdown in D.C. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you're a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a Tren de Aragua killer, anyone else that's threatening our people, the president's saying he's gonna wipe you out, put you behind bars, take you off the street, or whatever legal consequences would be necessary. So the memorandum that he signed mobilizing the National Guard did not include details of when the troops would be moving in or exactly what is promised, the surge in law enforcement, and what it's going to look like. But it did specify that some out-of-state help may be available, including state police in Memphis, bordering Mississippi and Arkansas, National Guard members from other states as necessary. Now, the Memphis police, much like the mayor Bowser there in D.C. did when the initial crackdown in D.C. was getting underway, tried to say, crime is down, crime is down. Memphis police reporting decreases across every major crime category in the first 8 months of this year compared to the same time last year or previous years. According to police, overall crime hit a 25-year low, while murder hit a 6-year low. Do you believe those numbers out of Memphis? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We said hello to Roy there in Northwest Illinois, talking about how dry things are, and he said, yeah, the grass, really could use a drink. Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm looking at a satellite image. One of the meteorologists, Chris Vickers, said, looky here, a view that is out of this world. The developing severe drought visible from outer space, some 22,000 plus miles away from the Earth. This is the latest GEOS East geocolor imagery that depicts how incredibly widespread the brown and desolate parched landscape has become. In the heart of the Midwest, in the Corn Belt region, which is nearly all of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Lower Michigan. And very clear, you can see where areas where you've got the green, the canopy of the tree cover and whatnot, but it is just brown. Widespread through especially western Ohio, through the heart of Indiana, Illinois, especially in central portion of the state. Brown is the word. Wow. Meanwhile, got us a Friday underway here. The Guilty by Association Truck Show. One of the most anticipated truck shows is right around the corner. As usual, the schedule's packed with some business of trucking. That's just a good old-fashioned time. The FMCSA made their first appearance at the Guilty by Association Truck Show back in 2018 when the then administrator, Ray Martinez, held a listening session on what was the then proposed changes to the hours of service regulations. Then in 2021, Joe DeLorenzo, who at the time was FMCSA's director of the Office of Enforcement and Compliance, also fielded questions in more of a kind of a town hall format, meaning any topic was fair game at the time. This year, the FMCSA Senior Policy Advisor, Michael Hampton, will be at the Guilty by Association Truck Show for the town hall proverbial hot seat, fielding questions from truckers in attendance. This is going to be taking place on Friday, September the 26th. So not this week, but next weekend. 1 week from today, I guess, actually. It's Friday, right? Starting at 10:30 a.m. It'll be at the Four State Trucks Installation Shop. Now, while many issues are still being fought, truckers have made some significant strides in finding regulators and lawmakers willing to listen and in some cases actually do something about it. These sort of events are a big part of the reason that OOIDA has been so successful moving an agenda forward that would benefit drivers. Todd Spencer said when you have the opportunity to connect with people in the agency and you tell them the real-world realities you face, they can certainly help lay the groundwork for change. Point in case, he said, in June, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced a 9-point pro-trucker plan that includes millions of dollars to expand truck parking, initiatives to remove the one-size-fits-all mandates, modernize some of the driver resources, slash red tape, and crack down on bad actors. Those 9 initiatives quickly increasing the truck parking, obviously, withdrawing the speed limiter rulemaking, increasing hours of service flexibility, improving the FMCSA's driver resource page, reforms to the data queue system, modernizing the National Consumer Complaint Database, addressing unlawful brokering, maintaining the ELD exemption for pre-2000 model year engines, and removing needless regulations. Spencer immediately pointed to the role that truckers have played in bringing these issues to light under the current administration. We thank President Trump and Secretary Duffy for listening to the men and women behind the wheel that keep the economy moving in this country. All righty, so let me see here. I see we've got the prognosticator of prognosticators is on board, along with our analyst, Mr. Grump, part of our cast of characters. Watch out. Big Ed's going to be getting that knife out. We'll get you guys coming up here following the news break as we close out hour number 1. Other items we'll get to in hour number 2 coming up here. Finally, an actual piece of legislation possibly to address some of these predatory lease purchase programs. According to the headline, over the years of 2023, 2024, the task force that had come together that uncovered numerous examples of truckers being taken advantage of with these predatory lease purchase programs. A bill actually being introduced with the intention of protecting truckers from these sort of practices. That would be good news for the industry. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted lease and financing options. You can learn more today by visiting tel360.com. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illegal immigration across the southern border is hitting record low levels under President Trump.
FBI Director Kash Patel told Congress that known or suspected terrorists no longer have huge crowds to blend in with.
We've encountered almost zero at the southern border since the southern border has been sealed.
He claimed our enemies are now trying to sneak across other borders. That includes coming in from Canada, which is now, he says, one of his highest priorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Protesters gathered today outside the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. That's where Jimmy Kimmel Live is recorded.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The protest comes a day after Disney-owned ABC Television indefinitely suspended Kimmel following the comedian's comments about the murder of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. The protest, organized by RefuseFascism.org, is calling for Kimmel to be reinstated immediately. The group also plans to march on Washington, D.C. in November to call for President Trump to step down. I'm Phil Hewlett.
A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to improve conditions in a New York City building which houses illegal aliens.
The judge had already issued an order last month directing ICE to improve conditions at the Manhattan building. On Wednesday, he issued a preliminary injunction ordering ICE to continue addressing the issue. The judge wrote he was issuing the order to protect migrants from potentially inhumane treatment. A lawsuit filed by one of the migrants detained at the facility alleges cramped and squalid conditions. Andrew Whitman, New York.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 124 points. The S&P 500 rose by 31 points, and the Nasdaq gained 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The city of Seattle warns residents to watch out for aggressive owls at Lincoln Park.
The Seattle Parks and Recreation Department says an owl recently dive-bombed someone at the West Seattle Park and snatched the person's hat right off their head. The department set up signs to warn parkgoers about the belligerent birds. Officials say it appears one aggressive owl in particular is behind multiple attacks at the facility. Owls sometimes dive-bomb people or other animals in an effort to protect their territory. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New details are surfacing in connection with a deadly shooting outside of a grade school in Berwyn. That's just outside of Chicago.
Lincoln Middle School Assistant Principal Narissa Lee, her mother Jocelyn Everidge, and her husband Stephen Lee were the 3 people killed Tuesday afternoon. Police say the man took his own life after shooting his wife and mother-in-law in a domestic incident. Here's one of the students at Lincoln Middle School.
It's gonna be really different to not see her smile light up the whole entire room. I mean, she was so funny. She would always make me laugh, and oh my gosh, she was just amazing.
Perry Williams with that report. American workers are growing increasingly stressed about debt and finances.
That's according to a new Bank of America survey that showed 47% of people with jobs felt financially secure. That's down from 52% in January. 3/4 of workers are worried about the overall state of the economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Ready for a Friday? Ready or not, here it comes as we turn the page on the calendar. 19th day of September. That means here comes the weekend. And of course, that means here comes college football. All right, there it is. We got the grump. We got the prognosticator of prognosticators. Here we are.
Yeah, before we get started, I got something I want to say. That caller that you had on that don't ever show respect to your other caller, that thinks he knows every damn thing and he don't know half of what he's talking about, but I don't never call in here and mouth off about it. to say there ain't no meaningful games, you, pal, don't know college football. So stick to what you know, stay off this avenue, and famous last words, that's all I got to say about that. But there are some meaningful games this weekend, Steve. Every one of these games that we're going to be talking about is going to have a big impact at the end of the season when it comes time to pick the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We on the same page?
Absolutely.
So, to that individual, stick in your own lane, please. So, anyway, go ahead, Grump.
Well, we got 10 games we picked, and then, of course, we got our sleeper games that it kind of, go our own way on. But number one is going to be Texas Tech and Utah. I got to go with Texas Tech. Texas Tech has a better passing game. They have a kicker that's hitting 100% of his field goals right now. And if it comes down to a field goal winning, then I'm going to put my money on this guy. So I'm going with Texas Tech. Utah's got a good record. They're both good records, but when you look at the tried and true, I'm going with Texas Tech.
And this is a Big 12 game that's going to have an impact on the Big 12 conference. And Grump ain't too far off of what he's saying, but because they're playing in Utah and their coach, he's a hard-nosed coach, I'm going to give the edge to Utah. So we disagree on that one.
All right. Number two, Florida and Miami. Nothing else to say except Miami. They just got a powerhouse of a team, and I don't think Florida can handle them.
And I'm right there with you, Grump. Until Miami proves different, I think they're going to be representing the ACC this year.
Same way with South Carolina and Mizzou. Missouri is just playing some damn good ball. The quarterback that they got that came over to them there, this kid's just doing it right every week. So I got to go with Missouri.
Yeah, well, trust me, after 2 times of getting humiliated from South Carolina, I no longer have faith in them. So I'm going to go with Mizzou, too.
Okay.
All right. We got Michigan and Nebraska. Yards and points per game, Nebraska dominates Michigan. I mean, they have just been hitting everything. But Michigan is better in the red zone. But when you look at pass completions, and this will be a passing game, I'm looking at Nebraska on this one.
You're going with Nebraska?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm going with Michigan. It's because I love their quarterback. Even though it's been played at Lincoln, I don't think Nebraska's defense is quite ready to face a powerhouse of an offense, because Michigan does have a good powerhouse offense and run some good power ball, and their quarterback is real salty when it comes to passing. I'm going with Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And we got Tulane and Ole Miss. Ole Miss, they're just every stat is better than anything Tulane can throw up there. So I'm Ole Miss all the way.
And I'm right there with you, Grump. Tulane's got a salty team, but I don't think they're. Ole Miss is just hitting it on all cylinders, and whether I like it or not, I got to show them some respect, and I'm going with Ole Miss as well.
Okay.
Auburn and Oklahoma. We got Auburn and the Sooners is hitting it here. Both are 3-0 on passing yards. Oklahoma's they've been phenomenal on their passing, and they when we look at it also, I look at back over the games there, and Oklahoma has scored 101 points in their last 3 games, and they've held their opponents to 19 points. Auburn scored 110 points in their last 3 games, and they've held them to 42 points. But when you look at the averages and everything in the red zone and everything else, Oklahoma's just knocking it out of the park. So I'm going with Oklahoma.
Well, I really look at this game close because this is going to be an emotional game for Jackson Arnold with Auburn. You know, he was Oklahoma's quarterback last year, and then he got benched. I think I'm going to say right about the time they were playing Texas, and then he got called on in late in the year, and then when Venables brought in that new offensive coordinator and that quarterback material followed him, Jackson Arnold just didn't feel that it was the best fit for him, so he get the transfer portal, which I didn't blame him. And he went somewhere that was a better fit for him, and which Hugh Freeze snatched him up real fast as soon as he comes available. And Auburn's got a couple of good receivers to complement Jackson Arnold. And but the only thing, like I say, he's going to be playing a lot of emotion, so they may come in and slap 14 points on Oklahoma, but this game's at Oklahoma. And even though Jackson Arnold will be playing with a lot of emotions, Oklahoma's defense is going to be playing with emotions too because they practiced against him. And they're not going to let old Jackson Arnold come in there and put a win on them. So I think they're going to step up their A game as well, and that's going to be a big downfall of Oklahoma's defense. And so I'm going with Oklahoma as well.
Okay.
I looked at Auburn also as Auburn has over 100, or well, I got about 95, I think, yards and penalties over Oklahoma. So Auburn is just so penalty prone. I mean, stupid stuff, offsides, just things like that. That's what I think is going to beat them in the long run here. So that's one reason why I picked Oklahoma also.
And I'm thinking Jackson Arnold has another year. Maybe I want to say he's got another year of eligibility, but they're a year away from really making a strong showing again. So yeah, you're right. But I'm with Oklahoma on one.
Illinois and Indiana. Now this is going to be a good game because they both are playing good ball. I mean, they're both 3-0 right now. But I just think Illinois has a better game. Period. I think if this is another one that comes down to a field goal winning it, Illinois is much better on the long field goals than Indiana is. And I've got a feeling that this is going to be a pretty high scoring. It's either going to be high scoring or it's going to be low scoring, but it's going to be a close game. And I think Illinois is going to come out on top on this one.
Well, see, once again, I'm going with the home factor. And it's been played in Indiana. And I just think Indiana's got a little more offensive firepower to even though Illinois is ranked, I believe they're ranked number 9.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana, I believe, 19. I'm going to swing the pendulum to Indiana.
And we got number 8.
Going with.
You going? Okay, I got you now. We're going with let's see, Michigan and USC. I think USC is just playing a little bit better ball than Michigan. They're playing at USC, so I'm going with USC on this one.
I'm right there with
State,
you.
I'm sorry, Michigan State.
I'm right there with you because Michigan State's going out to L.A. to play that game, and I don't think Michigan State's going to be able to stack up to them. So I'm going with USC as well.
Okay.
And we got number 9 be Fresno State and Hawaii. These two teams right here, they got kind of a grudge match going anyway. So it's been kind of a trade-off with them on who wins. But I think Fresno State's playing a little bit better ball. They're playing in Hawaii, but I just think that Fresno can, when you look at their record and their stats and everything that they've put up, they've been doing a lot better than Hawaii has. So I'm going to go with Fresno State.
And I'm right there with you, Grump. I looked at the same thing.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at the same thing. I just don't think Hawaii's got what it takes to beat Fresno.
No, I don't either. And then we got Arkansas and Memphis, and that's going to be a pretty decent game, I think. But I think Memphis is going to, or Arkansas is going to dominate this. They, when you look at Arkansas, who they've played and how close their games has been, Memphis don't compare to that. They've just had a tougher schedule and just better stats. So I'm going with Arkansas on this, even though they're playing in Memphis.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They just they lost to Ole Miss by one touchdown, by 7 points.
Yeah.
So they're not playing shabby. Ole Miss is a solid team. So just based on that, yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of speed going. It might be a high-scoring game too. But I'm going with Arkansas as well.
And then you got Big Ed's going with let's see, on his sleeper, he's got SMU and TCU.
All right, on this game, this is the last year that this has been kind of like an Oklahoma State matchup every year. Just right down the interstate, 25 miles, 30 miles, and it's always been a good game. Some years it was a sleeper, but now both teams, SMU being in the ACC, TCU at the Big 12. For some reason, they don't want to schedule this game every year from now on. So this is really going to be the last meeting of these two teams, and they're playing there at Fort Worth. So unless they meet in a playoff type situation, this is going to be the last SMU TCU game, and so there's going to be a lot of emotions in there for the fan base anyway. But I think TCU's got the edge, and I'm going to give it to TCU.
Okay.
And I got Syracuse and Clemson. I'm going to go with Clemson because Clemson is just, they're due. I'll just put it that way. Plus, they've played some damn good ball. They really have with some tough teams, and Syracuse, not so much. I mean, they've, I got to go with Clemson on this.
And trust me, Steve, these games, every one of them, this early, because you remember, we're just what is this, our fourth week? Fourth week into the season, and they're going to have a major impact when they go to figuring the strength of schedule. And so these games are meaningful. No, they're not Georgia and Alabama. But by God, they're meaningful. There's more teams than just Georgia and Alabama out there playing. So, it's a good weekend to pay attention to college football. That way, at the end of the year, if your team don't make the playoffs, well, look at how they're playing,
Mm-hmm.
Look who they're stacking up against, what teams they're scheduling, because it'll come down to the strength of schedule. So that all these games are going to have an impact, and they're going to be worth watching and keeping up with. So unless you just want to be bored and listen to the hum of an engine, then so be it. Listen to the hum of the engine. But good luck on that without going to sleep. So, but that's all right, my take on it.
I look at a lot of these games too. You got a lot of teams, a lot of these bigger teams, bigger Division I teams that they haven't had. Some of them hadn't had tough schedules at all. I mean, it's been mediocre, and they're more scrimmage games than anything. So when you look at some of these damn stats on these people, on some of these teams, and you're looking at them and thinking, damn, they're just dominating everything. Well, you also got to look who they've played, and I kind of go back over some of these games, and when you look at these high scores and stuff on how they've dominated, some of these teams and things like that, just annihilated them basically. That's just adding to their, more bullets in their gun, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, even though they may be out of their division or whatever. I hope this damn truck don't hit me. But it's Ed's right. These are all meaningful games because it's going to come down to the fact that they're going to have to start playing some good ball here. I mean, they may have some scrimmage games that we call scrimmage games, with some of the lower ranked colleges and things like that. But it's going to be blood, sweat, and tears on some of these. And these are good games. I think they're good games. I think Illinois and Indiana is going to be a real good game. My niece, she went to Illinois and she's always giving me some problems there. But hey guys, I got to drop off.
All right.
All righty. But anyway, Steve, I'm gonna let you slide on this character business this weekend. I got other things on my mind, but
okay.
I may not know it all, but I know my football. Prognosticator, check it out.
Thank you, Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators. There you go. We got this week's pick. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Great to have you with us on a Friday. Get ready for the weekend. All right, I mentioned the Guilty by Association Truck Show listening session that'll be taking place FMCSA. I see where Daniel's coming from. Previous administrations, and he's correct. Yeah. He shares when Ray Martinez had a listening session. It's just too bad he didn't actually hear anything because his ears were closed. That's been the problem with the FMCSA. They don't actually listen to the drivers that have millions of accident-free miles unless they do step to the large ATA member, many of the bottom feeder companies that are trying to put the little guys out of business by using the FMCSA to create more regulations, just like the ELD. We know it does not promote safety, but they're not going to get rid of them. They're just doubling down on a stupidity, claiming they're going to do a little study on flexibility. All we know we really need is flexibility. We had that prior to 2003, but they'll never give that to us. I don't know if anybody else remembers. Yeah, Sandberg, Annette Sandberg, when she was in there. Yeah, she actually told Congress if we give drivers flexibility, they'll use it as if it was a bad thing. That's how out of touch a lot of these government agencies are. Okay, so yeah, valid points. That has been the case historically. Waiting for the new guy to get confirmation. What's his name? Is it Barr, I believe? Derek Barr, I think. There was a flurry of nominees, Trump nominees, that were actually confirmed this past day, and I'm not sure if he was one of them. We've had this deadlock The Democrats have been blocking the confirmation of every single Trump nominee. And that is not exaggerating. It's never been done before to any president in history to have every nominee stonewalled. Well, Senate Republicans this past day confirmed 48 of President Trump's nominees a week after they changed the rules to get around the Democrat delays. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said Republicans have fixed a broken process. Among the confirmed were Jonathan Morrison, the new administrator of the National Highway and Traffic Safety Administration. Kimberly Guilfoyle was another, the U.S. ambassador to Greece. She's a former California prosecutor, the television news personality who led the fundraising for Trump's 2020 campaign. Chuck Schumer said Democrats are delaying the nominations because Trump's nominees are, quote, historically bad. And he told Republicans they will come to regret their action, kind of echoing a similar warning from former Republican leader Mitch McConnell to the then Majority Leader Harry Reid back in 2013. What they did, they changed the rules for executive branch and lower court judicial nominees to remove the 60-vote threshold for confirmations. All right, will they come to regret that? We'll have to wait and see. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function stiction at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back on a Friday. All right, Josh, you've had a good week. It's been another one of those hectic, crazy weeks. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday.
Finally.
We made it.
Yes.
I think. Did we make it? I know your week was messed up there with being off one day in the middle of it and having to have 2 Mondays. I tell you, that's the worst thing about this overnight stuff there. It's bad enough having Sunday night into Monday, but when you got to go and reverse your day in the middle of the week to do something and then have a second Monday to start out with that schedule of trying to get sleep in the afternoon after being up all day and trying to, it's just ugly. So anyways, I heard you talking about songwriter there, you know.
Yeah.
I probably couldn't name you 2 or 3 songwriters out of all the music I know. I mean, how far back can you date, Your Honor? I know you had LPs. I mean, did you have the 45? I mean, being in the music business, you must have had 45s.
Yes.
You must have had 45s up. You must have thrown them around in the backyard like frisbees. I know a lot of people took them home and they were toys more than they were listening devices. But yeah, 45s, LPs, cassettes, CDs. I mean, getting into the digital, music and that. Do you go as far back as 8-track? Did you have an 8-track player to listen? Did you get to listen to 8-track tapes at all?
I had an 8-track player, and when I think it was 8th grade wood shop. My wood shop project was to build my own 8-track carrying case. I lined it with felt where my 8-tracks would slide in the slots, and yes.
Shop class, Your Honor. Hey, Mike Rowe would be proud of you.
Yep.
Anyways, yeah, I mean, I remember riding around in Mom and Dad's pickup trucks because Dad didn't believe in buying cars. We had a couple cars there. Mom had a Maverick. I think it was a 1973 Maverick. Remember that little car? They bought some big Chrysler boat one time. I forget what the hell that was. They had a big Chevrolet. Maybe it was like an Impala or something. Had a few cars, but mostly had pickup trucks. Always had pickup trucks, but we always had 8-track players in them way back in the day. And I remember changing the 8-tracks out there after they go around and around and all that. But so, anyways, to get back to the songwriters, out of all this time of hearing music, knowing music, and joking around that we, do the old-time truck drive and sing along with horse feathers and all that, I probably know 2 or 3 songwriters all together that I could tell you who it was, and the latest one I know is Don Schlitz. Now, I don't know if you know the name Don Schlitz at all, do you? And it's not because of beer.
No, I've recognized the name, but I couldn't tell you what he wrote.
So real quick, the guy is from Durham, North Carolina, because I've heard this so many times on Saturday Night's Opry. He's from Durham, North Carolina. He's a 3-time freshman dropout from Duke University. Went to Nashville to write music, and his first song that he wrote went on to be a hit with Kenny Rogers, known as The Gambler.
How about that?
Imagine that. But he's written songs for Randy Travis and Keith Whitley and I don't know, on and on and on. And so, anyways, until I started listening to the Opry stuff, I didn't even know him. But you know all his work, you know all his music, I guarantee you. And Don is a little more all country. This other, Brett James here, I guess he did a lot in the pop and the rock and roll world. So there's a lot of stuff from 2000 on that if you heard it and you liked it, he probably had some hand in it, either him or writing with somebody. So anyways, another loss we have out here into the music world due to an aircraft failure. How many of them have we had all the way back to the day the music died and before? But anyways, I don't know. Where can we go from that? I guess we'll stay in the downside here on our Casual Friday. We had the announcement of the 3 officer fatalities in southern York County.
Yes.
They talked about that situation a little bit. Of course, news media had to jump on. The suspect that was actually removed from the face of the earth by other responding officers was had an AR-15, Your Honor.
Oh.
I mean, that AR-15 is if there's one gun that's been a detriment to the world, it's the AR-15. I don't know. It seemed that I had a bunch of guns at home there when we were doing deer hunting that had a lot of the same rounds that an AR style gun uses, and the thing is there's a lot of different models of AR, and everybody just gloms onto that one number, and it doesn't matter which model it is. But anyway, so we got that. We got 2 more officers still fighting, trying to get through their surgeries and hopefully be able to recover. And I don't know, they kept it pretty tight to wraps on everything about it, other than the few details that needed to come out, and the department head that did the press conference was very, very adamant that no extra questions would be asked, no surmising of details, there would be nothing put out to make people kind of be able to go off willy-nilly guessing and playing armchair quarterback and saying what happened, because when the facts were ready to come out, the facts would be released, and that's when everybody would know what went on. So until then, everybody just sit down, strap in, and don't worry about it, because you'll find out all the details when it's necessary, prudent, and and factual at the time. So we'll there's more to come, but they knew this guy for a while, and they knew they were on the case for almost 24 hours trying to locate him and get a hold of him, and it was the three officers that were killed weren't they weren't rookies, they weren't straight out of the police academy, they were plainclothes detectives, and it just they walked themselves into an ambush situation, and I don't think they realized how much of a bad situation they were getting into when they got there.
Correct.
So,
yep.
That's just it's just one of those things, and I'm sure Pappy could elaborate a little more on that. But it's just you just every day in law enforcement, you have no idea what you're going to get into until you're in the middle of it. So, anyways, so hopefully we'll be able to start with a little bit of recovery from that now. I don't know. We had a couple other little things. I'll think about them a little more here, so kind of got off with that. The rain has seemed to gone away. I saw the 6 o'clock news there, and our AccuWeather God predictor there that was given the rights to show us the storm was up somewhere around Nova Scotia at the 6 o'clock hour last night. So we've dried out quite a bit here, so we're ready to see what we got going on. They did say Friday evening towards the midnight hour going into Saturday, there's another chance of some showers coming through. So anybody out and around the I-95 Mid-Atlantic going up towards New England way there, you could possibly see some rain up there, and out here with me. But hey, one thing I'll say real quick is law enforcement does seem to be working tonight more than I normally see on a weekday night, or weekday morning, early weekday morning. But the one thing I see is that there's a lot of dual officers, whether they have two patrol units or they have two officers out of the car. So I don't know if that has to do with the York County deal now, but it just seems like law enforcement tonight is working in pairs. So I don't know. Maybe Pappy has a reason why some days they work individually and sometimes they work in pairs. But tonight it seems like everybody's doubled up. So I don't know. Anyways, but other than that, I guess I don't know. We'll let you go with that, and maybe if we come across something before the loneliest hour there, we'll see about getting back to you. And other than that, we'll just sit back and listen on a casual Friday here, Your Honor.
Casual Friday. Thank you much. There you go, Horse Feathers. Ultimately, they did release more details of how all the events unfolded there in Pennsylvania. They identified the suspect who, contrary to initial reports, were saying that he killed himself. He was indeed killed by law enforcement officers. Matthew Ruth was his name. According to the York Daily Record, he was charged with stalking, prowling, and trespassing at a home in North Coteras Township there in York County. The day before the shooting, the resident of the home reported she saw him wearing camouflage, peering into the home. So they had obtained an arrest warrant. Officers were there again, searching for him that afternoon, where he was, I guess, prepared, and ultimately it turned into essentially an ambush on those officers. Now, 2 officers injured in critical but stable condition as of yesterday. They have not, according to this report, been identified. The officers that were killed identified as Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Isaiah Emmenheiser. Barker said, "I personally knew them very, very well." So small town USA, population just over 9,000 people there in York County. On the evening of September 17, police and emergency vehicles escorting the bodies of the fallen officers to the county coroner's office in a procession as hundreds of people lined the streets to pay their respects. This past evening, a vigil was held there at a church in the neighboring Spring Grove, Pennsylvania. But according to Governor Shapiro, these officers represent the very best, put their lives on the line to serve the community, their commonwealth, their country. The prayers of 13 million Pennsylvanians are with the victims, their families, and the good people of York County. All right, and all those who put on the uniform to keep us safe each and every day.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
What do you say? Lines available at 844-3388. Over the time frame, 2023-2024, we had been following numerous meetings. The Truck Leasing Task Force, which uncovered many examples of truckers being taken advantage of by predatory lease purchase programs. Of course, as we know, those programs advertised as a way for a commercial truck driver to run his or her business and end the contract in possession of your own truck. Well, the reality is far different. Truckers sharing stories of having little to no control over their work, being stuck in high-mileage trucks in need of repairs, actually owing money to the company at the end of a pay period. The task force, when all was said and done, estimated that 90% of truck lease purchase agreements end in default. Hundreds of thousands of drivers negatively affected. Now, a bill is being introduced with the intention of protecting truckers from such practices. Representative Julia Brownlee introducing the Predatory Truck Leasing Prevention Act of 2025 on Wednesday of this week. That would be H.R. 5423, that would prohibit motor carriers from using predatory commercial motor vehicle lease purchase programs. The bill would establish a process that would allow truck drivers to be relieved from the terms of a lease purchase agreement. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which was represented on the task force, supportive of the bill, they say. Lease purchase programs have been around trucking for a long, long time, and most often they're not used to primarily take advantage of aspiring truck drivers willing to work their tails right into the ground in hopes of someday owning a piece of equipment. In the overwhelming majority of instances, these hopes are just dashed. It is time to address that issue and really take it seriously. Now, the task force also concluded that predatory lease purchase programs create safety risk, as drivers would struggle to make their payments. They may feel compelled to put off repairs or drive when they're tired. It's time to put a stop to the predatory scams that have victimized hardworking people for a long time. Too often end up with people running way too hard in hopes of realizing a dream and compromising safety in the process. Thank you, Representative Brownlee. In its report issued to Congress, the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Labor in January, the Truck Leasing Task Force officially asked for a ban on lease purchase agreements where a motor carrier controls the work, compensation, and debts of a driver. These programs are often or regularly established to enrich motor carriers at the expense of the drivers. These programs promote a race to the bottom in driver compensation and treatment, pushing qualified drivers out of the profession. So if passed, the bill would require the Department of Transportation to promulgate regulations to prohibit the use of predatory truck lease purchases. Within 1 year's time, essentially, the Predatory Truck Leasing Prevention Act accepts the recommendations of the task force to ban these agreements. Getting to this point comes from years of effort by the likes of OOIDA, where they had worked behind the scenes to get the creation first of the Truck Leasing Task Force, mandated in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, that task force's recommendations could actually lead to the end of predatory lease purchases in the industry. Now we have action. We have tangible legislation being introduced where folks can show support for the truckers by getting on board and saying enough is enough with these predatory lease purchase schemes. Colin Long is OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs. Spoke with Trucking with OOIDA. So again, you might want to jot that number down. So, offer your 2 cents of support. House Resolution 5423. Obviously, like everything in Washington, D.C., it These things take a lot of time. Hopefully they can move forward post-haste. And somewhere down the line, you'll have to have, obviously, a Senate version of the bill introduced on that side of the aisle. The two will have to come together and make sure they're identical. All right. Got us a Friday coming on, 844-844-3388. Word, a guest at Universal Studios, Epic Universe theme park, died after becoming unresponsive after riding the Stardust Racers roller coaster. Deputies say the man in his 30s was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Universal spokesperson says, "We're devastated by this event. We extend our sincerest sympathies." The dual-launch coaster located in the Celestial Park portion, which just opened in May of this year. Yeah, the Stardust Racers coaster was actually closed this past day. I guess the investigation continues. Veterans save $750 on your lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Visit tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil to Algeria or Syria.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. Khalil's lawyers say they have 30 days from last Friday's ruling to appeal. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel, who, like the other late-night host, was a harsh critic of the Trump administration, and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." D.C., John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Only 35% of parents are satisfied with the quality of K-12 education in the U.S.
According to a recent Walton Family Foundation Gallup poll, only 7% of respondents are completely satisfied, while 28% report being somewhat satisfied. The findings mark the lowest satisfaction level since Gallup began conducting the poll in 1999. The previous low mark of 36% satisfaction happened in the 2000 and 2023 versions of the survey. The findings come several months after President Trump signed an executive order directing Education Secretary Linda McMahon to dismantle the department. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 124 points. The S&P 500 rose by 31 points, and the Nasdaq gained 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Texas man has been accused of making threatening phone calls to New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani.
The Queens District Attorney alleges 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, made threatening calls to the Democratic Socialist and his campaign in June, leaving a series of increasingly alarming anti-Muslim messages. Mayor Adams weighing in.
We heard about this and they requested police detail. He has a full detail.
The FBI and local agencies were able to trace the calls to Fistel, charging him with 22 counts, including aggressive harassment as a hate crime and making terroristic threats. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Starbucks workers are taking legal action against their employer.
Class action lawsuits were filed in Illinois and Colorado on Wednesday, accusing the company of breaking the law by implementing a new dress code without reimbursing employees for the associated expenses. Multiple plaintiffs said they requested reimbursement from Starbucks to conform to the new dress code, but were denied. Now the workers are seeking damages on behalf of all Starbucks workers in states where lawsuits were filed, as well as those not unionized. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Registration for tickets for the 2028 Olympics begins in January.
LA 28 organizers say tickets for the Olympic Games will start at $28. People who live in the venue cities will get early access. For others, ticket access will be determined through a draw process. The exact date the registration window opens has not been announced. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, another hour underway, rolling into a Friday. Hey, we turn the page on the calendar, 19th day of September coming on here. Under sports headlines, I see word comes down this past day as we're heading into week number 3 of the NFL season. In Cincinnati, Bengals were off to a 2-win, no-loss start. But of course, at the price of Joe Burrow, starting quarterback, being injured last Sunday's game. According to the NFL insider Ian Rappaport, Joe Burrow will undergo surgery today, Friday, in Birmingham, Alabama. It's the whole the turf toe thing, as they call it, the ligaments. So they're saying if you count exactly 90 days from that point, we'd be at December 18th. If he could magically be ready by then, it would mean he'd be available for the final 3 games of the season, which would be the Dolphins, Cardinals, and Browns. So with that in mind, right now it's up to Jake Browning and the rest of the guys to do their jobs. I haven't seen the odds, the wagering as far as what are their odds of playoff contentions now. Undoubtedly, they dropped off dramatically. Some of the ESPN discussions. And it's not something new. And this, there have been numerous Cincinnati Bengal quarterbacks over the years that had, superstar, Super Bowl potential abilities. But time and time again, they fail to put together an offensive line to defend their quarterbacks. And that's been the case here for Joe Burrow. Yeah, from the get-go, they continuously try to say we're going to... Joe Burrow, in his first 71 games with Cincinnati, has been sacked 210 times. Just, you can't get hammered like that without ultimately suffering injuries in some of those sacks, and that's last weekend a prime example. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What's going on, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning. No, not too much. Nothing much. Couple quick, about 3 things. I agree with Oklahoma beating Auburn, but in the Clemson game, if they get beat at home by Syracuse, it's going to be a 3-and-out for Dabo. Watch it. If they were to get beat by the Orangemen. And you'll see on eBay, Jimmy Artis will be selling everything that Clemson has ever put on. You will
right?
believe them. Try
Be a big bonfire at the Marina Del Rey.
You got that. I can almost smell the fire from here. But on the more serious issues, I've seen where Russia had a 7.8 earthquake.
Yes.
How much is it? Are we trying to waken them bastards up over what? I mean, I think God is trying to give them boys an awakening over there, but just, wow. 2 more things. I'll get off. Hey, by the way, congratulations, Democrats. You decided to try to break into New York City ICE detention center.
Yeah.
Hey, throw them in there, lose their damn jobs. I mean, hey, make it as a felony. They can't tow the gun. They can't do nothing. They can't do squat, but go home and... by the way, they might be able to make a hamburger, or Taco Bell, whatever. But yeah, never should be in an elected office again. That's a criminal offense. By the way, thanks to the judge for stepping up to his game. I heard on your news broadcast that Yahoo that was doing all his protesting, pro-Palestinian bastard, he's going to leave our great country and go back where he, I paid for the plane fuel for that Yahoo. But, I don't know. But, down to the trucking issue, sir. I just seen where we've scored 3,000 plus. I think there was like 1,300 on the western side. It was some CDL Life. I think it came out
right
30 some odd hundred. No longer driving because we don't know the English language. Step up your game. Come on, DOT. Thank you for what you've done. But can we make it 30,000 before you do your next report? Because we know they're out there. We just got to get to them, and I'm just trying to laying and waiting, seeing how many big companies might have to shutter their doors because they were getting all this cheap labor. And ever since that story you had out, I think it came out of India, the Punjabi nation and whatever that is over there, I'd like to see a bunch of them go out of business. And I think a lot of them is out of California and that neck of the woods, pulling their refrigerator trailers, cutting their freight rates every day. But other than that, got a little bit of rain. Well, we didn't really need it, but we got to have some moisture because there's some double cropping going to have to be done. We're going to have to plant wheat out after these beans. Our grain market is in a crapper. I mean, love President Trump, but I wish we could get China to buckle down and buy a few of our soybeans because it's not looking good, sir.
You're gonna have to find something to do with those soybeans, right? I don't know what do you call it, shelf life? Yeah, how long can it remain in storage? How much storage capacity do we have? Questions I don't have answers to, but President Trump kind of going off on Ilhan Omar after she was one of the many smearing Charlie Kirk's name via his Truth Social, posting, Ilhan Omar's country of Somalia, plagued by a lack of central government control, persistent poverty, hunger, resurgent terrorism, piracy, decades of civil war, corruption, pervasive violence. 70% of the population lives in extreme poverty, widespread food insecurity. Somalia has consistently ranked among the world's most corrupt countries, including bribery, embezzlement, dysfunctional government. All this, and Ilhan Omar tells us how to run America? P.S. Wasn't she the one that married her brother in order to gain citizenship? What scum we have in our country, telling us what to do and how to do it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. All right, Ilhan Omar. All right, Grump, what's happening?
Yeah, that's a disgusting name, isn't it? Ilhan Omar. What a piece of work that thing is. You've been talking about this predatory lending and stuff pretty much with these lease purchase programs, and I couldn't agree more. These damn things. If I was to go up and down this lot where I'm at right now, this food warehouse, and look at all these well-known companies, big, some of the big ATA companies right here, I would say 60% of these trucks are under a lease purchase program. And these guys, I mean, they run constantly. There's no going home. They can't, and that's half the attitudes that's out here on these in the trucking today. But these damn lease purchase people are just about like used car salesmen. I mean, I've never been in that case, where I've leased a truck or anything like that, but I always buy mine. But just listening to some of these guys, and you wonder why they never, they never stay more than 5 years or whatever here in the trucking industry. That's why they're so damn broke. By the time they get out of these lease purchase programs, they don't know what the hell to do. And none of these companies, Steve, they don't look at the financial situation that a lot of these drivers are in. And many of them, if they're not in dire straits of a situation, the reason they get a lease purchase, they're damn sure in it when they leave, because they're doing nothing but paying the bills for this company. And it's been like that ever since we've had downturns in the economy. That's been recordable in the trucking industry. They after deregulation, that was one reason why they got all these damn lease purchase programs going here, was because they were shedding drivers right and left. And when they started getting these lease purchase programs, they just, this salesmanship of it is you can be your own boss, you can be your own, your own owner and everything else. And when I listened to that, I was talking to a kid not long ago about it, and he kept talking about that. Well, I just want to say no once in a while, blah 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 going on. And I said, dude, when you sign on that dotted line of whether you're buying a truck or you're leasing that damn thing, you're going to say yes more than you ever have in your life, because that truck is going to eat before you do, until you get financially situated where you can have a breather once in a while instead of living from payday to payday. Well, it never happens in a lease purchase program. They don't take it out monthly; they take it out weekly. So the first $2,000 you make of a week, in a week's time, is going to go for fuel and insurance and for the price of that truck, if not more. And when you look at what's left over, hell, right now in today's economy, there isn't a hell of a lot left over after that, Steve. And it's I make good money, damn good money, but like I said, I own my truck. I don't buy brand new trucks anymore. I buy used trucks. It's got a 2-year warranty on it. When 2 years is up, I get rid of the damn thing and I go buy another one. And that's kind of the way it is right now, because everything that's on these trucks right now, you take the emission systems and all this other stuff. Part of the selling point on a lot of these lease purchase programs is you got a warranty on this for the rest of your life, or for the rest of that truck's life. There, you can. The whole time you got a lease on this, you're gonna, it's gonna be under warranty. Well, look at the lease, because there's, a lot of these damn trucks come with a 300,000 mile warranty or whatever. Some of them are less than that. And then when they look at them, how much money's been added onto that as an additional warranty for that truck? A ton. You might look at sometimes, an additional $400 a week or something like that would be added onto that cost of that truck just to pay for that additional warranty that you ain't even anywhere close to making, because, well, you will be, because they're going to work their butts off to pay it. I think this is one of the best things that ever happened to the trucking industry, is get rid of some of this damn lease purchase programs, so where we can get some people in here that actually buys their trucks or actually wants to get back into the ownership of things without having to go through some of these companies that just drive them into the ground. And it's just been that way for so long. I know OIDA's been fighting it for forever. One of the things they used to talk about, and I used to hear it all the time, was, before you sign your name on these dotted lines on these damn lease purchase programs, get it in front of a lawyer, get it to them or somebody if you're a member, so that they can take a look at that contract. And then after that, I'd bought a truck through a company. I bought it through them, and I went through a finance company to buy it. And then all of a sudden they hit me with an addendum, saying, well, while you're buying this truck, you have to leave it here. I was like, I'm paying for the damn thing. I'll take it wherever I want to. And so that's an incentive for you people. Get off your ass and get me some freight. You know, I didn't pay for it weekly. I paid for it, you know, my monthly installments on that. But they were in with this company and you know, this lending company, and you know, they recommended them and everything else, and said, you know, hey, well, my credit was good enough. I didn't need them co-signing on a damn thing. You know, it's you know, but that's not the situation with a lot of people. A lot of these guys out here, and they don't talk to them about taxes or anything else. And I've always been a stickler on this. I've talked to a couple of different companies. You know, one of them that I was leased to before, you know, had a truck on there. Actually had 2 trucks on there. Was, you know, why aren't you teaching people how to be owners? You know, I mean, you guys started out like this. They started out with 5 trucks, you know, and then boom, you know, next thing you know, they got, you know, nearly 300 now. When I was over there, they had about 180, and had a small division of hoppers that I ran with. But you know, I owned a couple of hopper trailers. But you know, this has been just the way it was. I mean, it was accepted in the trucking industry by congressmen, senators, and everybody else. You know, in order to get, you know, keep interstate commerce moving, you sell your soul. Nobody gives a rat's ass. You know, when you get out of that seat, there'll be somebody else dumb enough to get in it the next day. Mm-hmm. You know, or a few days down the road here, and that's been the selling point on a lot of these trucks and things that they don't talk about. You could go into a room and stuff and just see the attitudes of guys that are, you know, struggling and things. And I asked a guy one time, I said, you know, how many miles you run a week? He said, about 3,600. I said, really? That hard? And he said, yeah, hell, I never get to go home. And I said, wow. So what do you take home at the, you know, end of the week or something? Well, I got my lease payment, I got this, got that. He said, you know, usually between $600 and $800 a week. I said, hell, you can be a whopper flopper for that kind of money. What the hell are you doing? You're wearing yourself out, stressed all the time for pennies on the damn dollar. You know, and it's I don't know. You can't get it in their heads, and some of them just honestly believe that they're gonna bypass paying taxes if they're on a lease purchase program. And I've tried to explain that to other people, you know, to some of these drivers out here. So you go ahead and you show this where you're paying no taxes. That means you're making no money. You have no profit margins whatsoever. How in the hell are you going to get a loan for anything under the sun if you need to go to a bank and present your financial statement to them and say, hey, you know, I need a loan for a house, or I need a loan for this? And they're going to look at that going, how are you going to pay us back? You make no money. That's the first damn thing they look at is your tax base. You know, how much money you're paying back on taxes. And it's, you know, paying in on taxes. It just, you know, for the life of me, I can't understand why companies are not talking to these young guys about that, or older guys, or anybody else, and looking at their financial situation, saying, I want to see a financial statement. I want to see every bill that you have, that you pay. You know, if you want to lease a truck from me, you know, blah, 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 I'm going to help you every step of the way. They don't do that because to them that they would never lease a truck. They don't. When guys are the most in debt, that's the ones they go after. You know, they look at it like, well, hell, let's just keep them in debt. You know, if you keep them in debt, you keep them running. If you keep them running, we're making money. And then when the downtime in the economy hits and everything else, and the guys that are going to be setting is the ones that are paying for them damn trucks, because they're going to rack up more lease payments every week. You know, saying, well, I didn't have enough money to pay the lease this week. Okay, we see that. We'll just tack that on to next week's bill. Meanwhile, the guy who didn't lease that truck is going to be out here working because they want to keep him in that truck there as a company driver. So it's, you know, it's a scheme. That's all it is. It's like a, you know, this weird Ponzi scheme of a game they play, and government has to step in on this and look at it and say, you know, maybe these guys ain't of sound mind and sound body whenever they're saying, yeah, I want to lease that truck, you know, because, you know, I want to get out of paying taxes, and I want to say no once in a while, and I want to do this and I want to do that. You know, they don't read the fine print on these damn things, Steve, and it's, you know, that's what's absolutely asinine about the whole lease purchase program. And you know, but like I said, it's been something that's been accepted in the trucking industry. Look how long it's been going on, since the early 80s. And you know, really got into play, you know, in the 90s and stuff during the .com. You know, so many companies that used to be just, hell on wheels. They were leasing anything and everything to anybody. And one of the problems that we're having right now is not just these big ATA companies. It's these little fly-by-night outfits that are popping up everywhere. These damn logistics organizations that are coming in. When you got these guys that they'll show that $1 million bank account and say, look, I want to start a business here. A lot of these logistics companies are coming over here from India. They're coming over here from Pakistan. They're coming over here from Russia. All these damn countries that doesn't pay a damn thing there. They come over here and they're allowed to go to Ritchie Brothers and places like that and buy a bunch of damn trucks, and then they got these Russian drivers. That's why or Ukrainian drivers or whoever. It's irrelevant what nationality they are. The fact of it is they are putting their butts in these trucks and leasing it to them, and turning them loose on a 1099 at the end of the year because they don't give a rat's ass. They're not, number one, they don't care whether they have a Social Security number or not. They can have a bogus EIN number. It's not that logistics company's problem to go out here and look up. They're assuming everything is correct on it. And hell, who knows? Probably some of these places, these chameleon companies like we talked about before, that just pop up and until they get in trouble with something, then they're gone and they pop up under another name. They're the ones that are stealing a lot of these EIN numbers and things like that. I've got this deal, about my credit. I had my name, identity theft on my my name, Social Security, and everything got hacked. But it got hacked through the IRS. We got a letter from the damn IRS that said you need to watch out for your EIN number, your employer identification number one, that it may have been stolen. You need to look out for your Social Security number, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to monitor your credit, all this other stuff if you see anything, crazy. And this was a big letter. I mean, it went out to hell over I think it was about 3 or 4 million people that had their before they caught them, and as far as I know, it was based out of Russia or somewhere like that. They're selling Social Security numbers and selling things like that. But I was talking to a guy yesterday about this, and they said that they'd had he works for a good sized company, he's a company driver, but he said they'd had several loads stolen.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold the thought there, because we got a pause. News break. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, back at it here. Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. You left off there. Grump was talking about the identity theft thing. I had a story right up that alley, and this one gets even deeper as far as I'm concerned. The case of a Peruvian national facing charges of immigration fraud after allegedly using a U.S. citizen's identity and social security number to obtain a commercial driver's license and other identification documents. Earlier this week, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Connecticut announced that Del Carmen Caballero Bernabe, 55 years old, arrested and charged with multiple immigration fraud offenses. Arriving in the United States some 25 years ago, the year 2000, on a non-immigrant visa, but began using the identity and social security number of a U.S. citizen born in Puerto Rico to reside, work, and maintain a CDL in the state of Connecticut. Now, in addition, officials said Bernabe used the fraudulent identity to apply for a U.S. passport in 2005, renewing it in 2015, and again in 2021, used it to travel internationally. That's the one that really has me scratching my head. I mean, when I initially went to get myself, the wife, the kids, when I went to get a passport, the first time around had to provide more than just a state identification. I had to provide, you had to have birth certificates for all of us. I had to have, we had the legal name change, myself and my wife, from the time we were married, had to have the notarized documents of the name change. How in the hell does a guy get a passport using a fake ID? That one blew me away. All right, Grump, welcome back.
Yeah, but that's the things that are trafficked in today. And another thing, we was talking about, these damn lease purchase programs. But we've had, even the company that I'm leased to here, we're major, meat producing company here. But hell, they've had loads stolen, right off the damn lots here, where the guys will pull up in these damn trucks and they'll go, they'll pull up in a truck or something like that. But it always happens from a company where they got some disgruntled driver or something like that, where he'll sell that information. He'll sell the dispatch, basically. He'll give them the trip number, the all this other crap that they need to do, and they'll go get the damn trailer. We're not in the business of having to go through and make sure that that everybody that pulls up to the gate, and says, "Hey, I'm here to pick up load number blah 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 whatever." They don't know who in the hell's going to be pulling that trailer. They don't know who's they're just not in that business of having to do the follow-ups like apparently some of these people think they are. And then they get pissed off and say, well, we're not paying for that load of meat. You guys should have checked up on it. No, you're going to pay for that load of meat because it's your driver, number one, that sold all that information. And, it's just a damn shame that this has to happen like this, but it's, that in itself is basically identity theft. I mean, if you think about it, and the problem is that, every price goes up because of that. They're trying to bootleg meat. They're trying to bootleg this. They're trying to do that. And hell, there's a market for that, Steve. I mean, there's companies that'll beg for rejects on food, and things like it. I was going out to Maryland every week, out Washington D.C. And every week I was going out there, and I'd have 2 or 3 pallets of stuff that was rejected just because it wasn't on the manifest. And the company says, what do you want to do with it? Well, find a dumpster, I guess. Hell, we can't bring it back here. We can't do this. We can't do that, or give it away. Or they try to send me down to like downtown Philadelphia, which I won't go. I'm like, I don't give a rat's ass about them people. They can starve to death. They want it in the trailer. It's here. But I got to talking to a couple of people there at the company, and so why don't we just take it to the damn, back to the plants, park a trailer out there with some steps on there, and start letting, company people go in there and buy it, at a cut rate price, whatever they'd sell it for somebody else, instead of, us having to, they're still getting money out of it. They're getting a good write-off anyway. But instead of just throwing it away, I mean, hell, it's good food. I've got, over the last few years, I've got probably 400 pounds of damn steaks in my freezer just from rejects and things like that. And there ain't a damn thing wrong with it. But it's a game that is played out here. I mean, this, we mentioned it before. How many times do you think, the loads changed hands over the years, or the money is, from the grower to the driver, to the company, to the brokers, to everybody else, that one damn load, how much money is added onto that just to cover all the legacy costs along the way in order for somebody to get it on their damn plate? It's phenomenal. It's just through the roof. And when you add all the insurance and all the rest of the stuff with it, as far as the theft and everything else out here, interstate commerce is alive and well in the black markets, buddy. I mean, it's just the way it is. And I don't know. I guess they're trying to do the best to, protect things and keep from all the big claims and stuff. But whether they do, I have no idea. I don't know how it's going to play out over the years, and stuff like that. But, like I said, these lease purchase programs, when people are just starving to death on them damn things, and they're reaching desperation, a point there. That's one way, they screw over a company. Hell, we had a guy that went to, from a big company they were bringing a load of meat, unprocessed meat into one of our facilities to get processed. They haul into them just like they haul out. And he pulled up, hauled his trailer down, shut the reefer off, and left. Didn't tell a damn soul he was there. And a week later, you couldn't go in that damn place because of the stench from the damn meat. So they wound up, that company wound up giving the trailer away to whoever would haul it out of there and clean it out. And it was a brand new trailer. So, it's crazy that this happens, but this is the industry that we're in. And how's it going to get better? I have no idea. It just I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with it. I do know that I've always liked trucking. I always liked what I do, and I wish people took it more serious. But it's like it's like this job here is no longer a profession. It's the best stopover to your next great adventure. Is what so many people think. So I'll just do this temporarily until I can find something better. I wish the hell they'd just find something better and stay out of it. Because that's what's run this damn thing in the ground. And I'm sick and tired of our government using our industry right here as this visa playground for any Tom, Dick, and damn Harry that wants a job here in the United States. Just have somebody verify that you've driven a truck in your country, wink and a nod, and say, and then we'll put you behind the steering wheel. And hell, in a month or so, you can go to one of these logistics companies and go ahead and lease you a truck, things like that. It's just that's what we're up against, brother. And I'm really sick of it. I hope, like I said, I hope they get rid of these damn lease purchase programs at these companies, and let them take it through legitimate companies, like the one that advertises here, where they, you can take the truck wherever the hell you want, things like that. But you just want to shake your head sometimes and go, wow, all the money that this is just such $1 trillion industry, and it's just nuts of all the money that's basically stolen or forced on somebody else because of things that's happening here. It's absolutely stunning, the amount of money that this industry generates, and then everybody wants their hand in the damn pie. So that's about all I got, brother.
Grump, thanks for checking in. Have a great weekend. Good luck on your football picks, by the way. I think all said and done, they were in agreement on a number of picks there. I think we had 3. Yeah, 3 different games. The Texas Tech, Utah, Nebraska, Michigan. Yeah, then we had the Michigan State USC game. Oh, Illinois and Indiana as well. So there's 4 games this week with differing opinions. Meanwhile, got us a Friday, and, well, hello, Pappy. How'd everything go with your daughter this past day?
Went well. She's got a sore throat. I trust and hope things went well with Beth, too.
I was pleasantly surprised how quickly we were able to get in there and out of there. She actually had the top side and the bottom side, colonoscopy, endoscopy, both done. So
upper and lower.
Yes.
Wow.
Double dip.
Well, get it all done at one time. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, but she's doing all right. I had to babysit yesterday, so my schedule got all wiped out. Finally got him to sleep. Again tonight, she came home. I was letting her sleep, so got him to sleep about 11:30, and I dozed off right behind him. Woke up an hour later. Now he's up running around again. He just woke up again. Everybody's schedule's all jacked up, but. So did I hear Grump right? 400 pounds of steak.
I believe
Steve,
so.
do you realize how many cows had to fart for all that steak? Oh, man. Steve, we need to start rounding us up some Antifa. Yes, sir. They need to go on manhunts just as hard as they're hitting these illegal immigrants crossing the border illegally, or anybody in this country illegally. They should form a task force and start rounding up these Antifa. I mean, you can't tell me they don't know who they are. They've been wreaking havoc on this country for the last 6, 7, 8 years. Burning down Portland, you would think they could just call Portland and say, hey, man, give us a list of all them names that you guys get out, snatch them up. I'm sure they can redirect and get in there and figure out where all this funding is coming from, and it might just be going straight to George Soros, and the next time one of his check clears with Antifa's name on it, they need to go arrest his butt. Right?
But most of it's going through, I mean, isn't it those NGOs? I mean, for as many that we crack down on, I mean, apparently some of them are still in existence and funding that stuff.
Steve, this might sound a little, I don't know if harsh is the right word. I know there's a lot of NGOs that do good work, right? We don't paint with a broad brush, but I think what they really need to do, honestly, is every NGO should probably be, just like the FBI, maybe disbanded. Stop everything and just redo it all. You know what I'm saying? Too much corruption out of these NGOs, man. Or from here on forward, if they're going to be an NGO, they need to be subject to audited anytime, any place. Steve, if you're on parole or even probation officers and parole officers have the right to knock on your door at any time, day or night, without a warrant, and have the right to search your premises. Yes, sir. Seems a little, I don't know if you want to say unfair, but that's the way it is. You want to go on parole, you want to get early release, you will sign the papers agreeing to that. So same thing with these NGOs. From now on, you're subject to search and seizure at any time. I don't know. Something's got to be done. As long as we do it legally, agreement, sign the paper. You don't want to sign the papers? Okay, you're not getting any government help. That easy. But I'm serious as a heart attack, man. Start rounding them up. All these people in the chat line with our assassin, how come they're not in handcuffs yet, Steve? Can't tell me they don't know who they are already. I'll give them a week. They got till next Friday. I almost see some people in handcuffs. So we'll see what happens. All right, man. I got a bunch of squares to roll. Got to work the long Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I got cameras all over the place now. I got cameras on my person. I got cameras in my cruiser. They outfitted the whole department now with cameras. Here you go, bud. Get your bottle. Get out of here. Yeah, so they got, it was a big package with these new tasers that we got. All of these are all through Exxon. It's the name of the company that all these tasers, cameras, body cameras, dash cameras all come through. I'll tell you what, anybody bought stock in that company about 15 years ago, I'd say they're probably doing very well. So, we had to drop the cruiser up to get them cameras installed. Got a new computer and daggone thing too now. So, I just feel like we're just moving up in this high sophisticated intelligence work with all this stuff. All right, bud, I'm just rambling. Get off here. Let somebody with more smarts call in.
All
Bud.
right,
I appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Hey, real quick, and I'll hang up. How's the uncle doing? I sent the Mrs., your mother, a message on Messenger. I don't know if she gets Messenger or not, but send her a little something on Messenger. But how's he doing? Is he hanging in there so far, or what?
Hanging in there. Yep, I guess that's a good way to put it. Hanging in there. I think we're gonna go out either today or tomorrow, one of the two, today or Saturday. So.
Well, all right. Well, prayers out to the family with all that, and we'll talk at you next week. Bud, appreciate the call.
Thank you, Pappy. You have a great morning. Back in two.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, meanwhile, FedEx reporting a higher quarterly profit, but forecast 2026 earnings per share largely below analyst estimates as they anticipate a hit from the U.S. decision to end the tariff exemptions on those low-value direct-to-consumer shipments. Shares of the company were up about 6% in extended trading yesterday. Of course, it was back on May the 2nd where the administration ended the century-old, what they call de minimis exemptions. That allowed shipments valued at under $800 to enter the country duty-free for packages from China, Hong Kong. Yeah, those shipments accounted for about 3/4 of roughly 1.4 billion packages that entered the United States annually under that program. Now, we extended the removal of the de minimis exemptions to all countries on August 29. So the impact from that is expected to show up in FedEx's results in the coming quarters. The Memphis-based package delivery company said they expect full-year adjusted earnings in the range of $17.20 to $19 per share, kind of midpoint, which is marginally below the analyst expectations, the analyst of $18.21 per share. Of course, the company, over the last couple of years, since 2023, has been working to slash billions of dollars in operating costs by parking planes, closing facilities, merging units. They have actually a $1 billion cost savings plan for fiscal year that will end May of 2026. All right, what they report: first quarter revenue $22.2 billion, up from $21.6 billion a year ago. What will the impacts of the elimination of the de minimis? That's the Shein, the Temus, the businesses overseas that ship lower cost products to the U.S. Hey, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illegal immigration across the southern border is hitting record low levels under President Trump.
FBI Director Kash Patel told Congress that known or suspected terrorists no longer have huge crowds to blend in with.
We've encountered almost zero at the southern border since the southern border has been sealed.
He claimed our enemies are now trying to sneak across other borders. That includes coming in from Canada, which is now, he says, one of his highest priorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Protesters gathered today outside the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. That's where Jimmy Kimmel Live is recorded.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The protest comes a day after Disney-owned ABC Television indefinitely suspended Kimmel following the comedian's comments about the murder of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. The protest, organized by RefuseFascism.org, is calling for Kimmel to be reinstated immediately. The group also plans to march on Washington, D.C. in November to call for President Trump to step down. I'm Phil Hewlett.
A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to improve conditions in a New York City building which houses illegal aliens.
The judge had already issued an order last month directing ICE to improve conditions at the Manhattan building. On Wednesday, he issued a preliminary injunction ordering ICE to continue addressing the issue. The judge wrote he was issuing the order to protect migrants from potentially inhumane treatment. A lawsuit filed by one of the migrants detained at the facility alleges cramped and squalid conditions. Andrew Whitman, New York.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 124 points. The S&P 500 rose by 31 points, and the Nasdaq gained 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
The city of Seattle warns residents to watch out for aggressive owls at Lincoln Park.
The Seattle Parks and Recreation Department says an owl recently dive-bombed someone at the West Seattle Park and snatched the person's hat right off their head. The department set up signs to warn parkgoers about the belligerent birds. Officials say it appears one aggressive owl in particular is behind multiple attacks at the facility. Owls sometimes dive-bomb people or other animals in an effort to protect their territory. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New details are surfacing in connection with a deadly shooting outside of a grade school in Berwyn. That's just outside of Chicago.
Lincoln Middle School Assistant Principal Narissa Lee, her mother Jocelyn Everidge, and her husband Stephen Lee were the 3 people killed Tuesday afternoon. Police say the man took his own life after shooting his wife and mother-in-law in a domestic incident. Here's one of the students at Lincoln Middle School.
It's gonna be really different to not see her smile light up the whole entire room. I mean, she was so funny. She would always make me laugh, and oh my gosh, she was just amazing.
Perry Williams with that report. American workers are growing increasingly stressed about debt and finances.
That's according to a new Bank of America survey that showed 47% of people with jobs felt financially secure. That's down from 52% in January. 3/4 of workers are worried about the overall state of the economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Everybody on the same page here, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Got us to Friday, 19th day of September. You realize we're rolling into the final weekend of summer. Yep, fall officially arrives next week. You notice the days definitely getting shorter. Meanwhile, we kick things off this hour with reports of roadway safety has improved significantly. They tell us so far this year, traffic fatalities dropping sharply. According to the latest National Highway Traffic Safety Administration data, traffic fatalities in the first half of this year dropped by more than 8%. That's the largest decrease in the first 6 months of the year since 2008. Most of the decline happened in the second quarter, marking the biggest quarterly drop in some 15 years. This with an increased number of miles being driven. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Chief Counsel, these preliminary figures are encouraging. Now, keep in mind, so far this year, 17,140 people have died on U.S. roadways. Even with the drop in numbers, that's still astronomical. While this is slightly higher than in 2019, the fatality rate at 1.06, the lowest since 2014 when it was 1.01. Now, how do they measure? The fatality rate measures deaths per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. I have no clue how they're able to even guesstimate how many miles are traveled. Although traffic fatalities are slightly up compared to 2019, Americans are also driving much more. More miles logged. The driving force behind the drop in the fatality rate, comparatively, there were fewer deaths in 2020 when the COVID pandemic took so many people off the road. The vehicle miles traveled for the first half of that year was the lowest since 2001. Traffic fatalities then increased in 7 consecutive quarters from the third quarter of 2020 through the first quarter of 2022. Since then, traffic deaths have gone down in 13 consecutive quarters. All right, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the early estimates include only the total number of traffic fatalities. They do not drill down into the vehicle type or other categories. Now, earlier this year, they did release data showing traffic deaths involving large trucks were trending downward in the first half of 2024. Meanwhile, Eagle, I believe, had some comments in regards to the officers shot there in Pennsylvania a couple of days ago. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, I want to say something. I meant to say it when I called in earlier. Okay, these cops that got shot, 3 of them died, 5 individuals were shot. Now, like I was telling you in the first call, Steve, the lawlessness that we have in America where people don't respect the police. They don't give a damn. They'll shoot a police officer and won't even think twice. Or a school, you know, a 6, 7-year-old in an elementary school in these so-called shootings that they doing. Okay, so there's no respect for any individual in America when it comes to gun violence. Police officers should be at the top of the list. That should be the last person you should ever think about shooting, Steve, is a police officer. If you are just a regular average citizen, somebody that's walking, you know, that's protecting you and your family, they should be at the top of the list of somebody off of your list that you should never want to shoot. But apparently the criminals and the bad guys and the punks, such as this guy in Pennsylvania, don't think that way. So if that's the case, like I told you before, Steve, I believe that they should have an automatic, a death penalty for anybody that decides they want to pull the trigger on a police officer. You should get the death penalty for that. There's no such thing as sitting in a jail cell 20 or 30 years and, you know, giving, you know, all this nonsense. They gotta make people think before they pull the trigger. And I believe it might help and it might not help. But I believe that, if you put that on somebody's mind, that they could receive a death penalty if they decide to, kill a cop. It might save some lives, because there's 3 families right now as we speak, Steve. 3 families in Pennsylvania that got to figure out how they gonna bury their loved one and figure out how they gonna continue on with the rest of their lives over some nonsense. You know, I hate to be in that position, being in that situation of those families, and it's really sad that. You know, the other 2 guys, you know, I don't want to forget about them. They families got to figure out their situation. So you got 5 families that are trying to figure out how the hell they gonna continue on with the rest of their life. So we got to do something in America, and maybe that might help if they have a death penalty for individuals that shoot police, because this has got to stop. And I'll repeat myself one more time, Steve. A police officer should be the last person that you ever think about shooting in the United States of America. But apparently, there's a lot of people who don't think that way. And I thank you for taking my call.
Sadly, that is the case. Yes. It's almost like nary a day goes by, you know, when there is not somewhere in the country an officer that finds themselves at the wrong end of a gun barrel. Meanwhile, periods of heavy rain are forecast to fall across Bermuda as Gabrielle moves by, most likely to the east of the islands, according to the latest model updates. Gusty winds, 40 to 60 miles per hour, expected across Bermuda from Monday night to next Wednesday. Now, should Gabrielle fail to reach hurricane intensity and remain poorly organized, that would be much less rain and wind around Bermuda. Significant impacts to the U.S. not expected. Rough surf, dangerous rip currents would be possible along the East Coast during the middle to latter portions of next week. Meanwhile, what else is on the horizon? Elsewhere in the Atlantic, 2 tropical waves of note. One is struggling to organize at this time as it's moving through atmospheric conditions challenging for development. Nonetheless, people in the Caribbean should monitor updates on this feature through the weekend as development conditions may change. It's this wave that could cause trouble in the Western Caribbean late in the month. Should it survive, there's a second wave moving westward from Africa right now with a low chance of developing from Monday to Thursday of next week. Thousands of miles to the west, forecasters continue to watch the zone of the Western Caribbean to the Gulf, where they have stepped up the development risk. Development in the Caribbean or Gulf would be spurned by a tropical wave that fails to form over the open Atlantic, but then encounters more favorable conditions further west. Right now, no imminent development, but Obviously, with the waters very warm, the large part of the Atlantic basin, you got temperatures in the Gulf running anywhere from into the 80s, well into the 80s to near 90 degrees. You know, we highlighted last week, obviously, when tropical systems or hurricanes develop in the Western Caribbean or the Gulf, obviously much less time for folks to make preparations wherever it may ultimately make landfall. All right, the anonymous hippopotamus, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, Your Honor. Well, I tell you what, if Eagle wants to lead the way, the law enforcement up there is actually setting up a donation page that's going to go directly to the families of the officers. So 100% of the contributions are supposed to go there. So if he wants to look it up here, we'll find it. I'll look it up, and we'll get it to you next week. And as I say, 100% of donations. So I know he said in his previous call there, he's rolling in the dough there. He doesn't need to get out and work much. He just comes out here because he likes to drive. So I hope he'll be one of the first ones to donate. Anyways, that wasn't what I really called about. So we had a bus accident here in our county as well here, and it ended up that the bus was going down the road within a mile from the school that it came out of, and there was a vehicle that was being driven by ended up being a 17-year-old coming in the opposite direction that was going to turn left and across the lane of travel that the bus was headed in the opposite direction, and that vehicle that was waiting to turn left being driven by the 17-year-old got rear-ended. Well, it ended up that that vehicle went in front of the bus, and there's 2 seriously injured people because of it. I'm not sure if both of them were out of the vehicle that got struck by the bus, or if the other vehicle that rear-ended the one is where the second one came from. But the 17-year-old was in serious condition, and so anyways, when the story kind of broke, the wife and I were talking about it, and I said, well, it's probably a lack of driver training. And this is before we even knew the ages or any of the details or anything. You know, you kind of start surmising a little bit, but we saw pictures of the vehicle, and, you know, it was obvious that the one had crossed in front and got hit broadside. And so what ended up happening was when the vehicle was sitting there waiting to make the left turn, they turned their wheels to the left while they were sitting there, so when they got rear-ended, it drove them right out in front of the bus. You know, pushed them right out in front of the bus, and that's why the bus, you know, was able to, ended up hitting them and causing that accident. So, again, 17 years old, just started driving, but no driver education in the schools anymore, and, people that are teaching people that just, the quality of the driving on the roads have gone down, so the people that are now teaching the people to drive don't have the skills to drive to begin with, as far as I'm concerned, for what I see, and I'm sure a lot of our other drivers see out here on the highway. And it's, like everything else, we don't, if it's not just sitting at home playing video games, the skill level isn't there anymore, like we used to have with the shop classes and stuff like that. You used to be able to make things, build things, fix things, and people don't have the ability to do that anymore. So anyway, that was one thing I had going. Did you happen to catch that deal? I believe this was in Texas, that there was somebody with, I believe, housekeeping that was a Cuban national that got upset about a washing machine and beheaded the boss.
Yes, unbelievable.
Say what? Over a washing machine that doesn't work? All right. And then I guess one other thing I saw in Texas, it looked like, what I could see of it, it looked like maybe a Big E truck there had an issue with a UP train, and the Big E truck did not make out quite so well. So hopefully, if that's the case, we know heat waves been running around there. I think we've heard from him going on further other places, so I don't believe he was involved with that. But best of wishes to that whole situation going on too. So
whoever the driver
anyways,
might
Your
have
Honor,
been.
hey, absolutely. So with all that there, I'm pulling in here to see if we can get another load of propane put on the trailer and what kind of trouble we can cause here at the propane loading rack, because it's got to be cigarette time, ain't it? And hey, if you want a good clean out, just remember that old Schaefer beer. Remember Schaefer beer? I think you could use that there for that clean out period if you needed to.
Schaefer beer, okay. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, I obviously send your heat waves, okay, because we got him coming up next.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, got some additional details in regards to the officers that were shot there in York County. Let's see, according to Pappy, we know they were going to serve a warrant. And this was on the girl's ex-boyfriend. The ex-girlfriend was staying with her mother, and he showed up there the night before, kind of stalking the place with an AR-15 strap over his shoulder. Yeah, the ex-girlfriend advised the officers that a few months earlier that her vehicle had been burnt to the ground. So the following day, this is when the shooting occurred. The following day, they went first to the suspect's house. He wasn't there. At which point they went back to the ex-girlfriend's mother's house and found the door unlocked. Now, the mother and the ex-girlfriend had left the night before to a safe place. So officers knew the door should be locked. They entered, and that's when all hell broke loose. The suspect immediately opening fire on all of them, followed the deputy and the other detective out into the driveway, more exchange of gunfire occurring there, at which point the suspect was killed. So he had forced his way into the ex-girlfriend's mother's house. I'm all but certain he was planning to kill them when they arrived back home. Sadly, ultimately, not sadly, but either way, in both cases, law enforcement arrived first. So their lives were saved at the price of losing 3 law enforcement officers. Wow. All right. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor, from Memphis, Texas. Yeah, having a nice light show out here to the southwest of us. I think we're about out of it now. And I tell you what, they had some hellacious rains where I-25 between Albuquerque and Santa Fe had about 2 foot of water rushing over the interstate. And you got the idiots thinking, "Oh, I'm driving a big truck, I'll be all right." No, I would have parked it, said to hell with it. You just don't know if you can't see what's under the water, you're really driving into a dangerous area, because that road may be washed out, and that last inch that you go might be your final inch that you go. They had the rail runner that runs from Belen up to Santa Fe and back. Apparently they had some rail washed out, and they had to be rescued by some buses to take them back to Albuquerque and beyond, and that took them over 4 hours. So, I mean, their good part of their rest time had been seriously disturbed. Well, that truck, the Big E that got hit by the train.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you should say it was hit by a train, or, I mean, what is a train supposed to do? Just pick up the tracks and move around an obstacle in its way? No, that happened, I think, last week or maybe even the week before last. My brother there in Waxahachie sent me that, and that was around Dallas somewhere. That was reported by WFAA. So, yeah, it's a crying shame, and there's been a lot of incidences with that company, and I sure hope the accident bug is not transferring itself from Swift to Big E. I'm sure it's just an isolated incident, but damn, that looked really bad.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. What did I say I was going to call about? Oh, sporting events. Did you see where the Auburn head coach Hugh Freeze had asked the NCAA to limit the number of Aggie fans going into Auburn?
I did not.
I guess it's for not.
I did not catch that request, but yeah, well, hold the thought there. I want to ask you about the whole portal thing as well. Come on. First, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Word comes down this past day that the Secret Service is actually going to be taking the lead in providing security for Sunday's memorial service for Charlie Kirk at the football stadium there in Glendale, Arizona. I guess with all the divisiveness, media attention that his assassination has garnered, this particular event has been designated as having the highest national significance, according to The Hill. Now, obviously, the service is expected to feature remarks from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, taking place at State Farm Stadium west of Phoenix, home of the Arizona Cardinals there in the NFL. So the service has been classified as a special event assessment rating, level 1, the highest federal rating, which it typically triggers something akin to Super Bowl level security. This designation, they say, is reserved for events of the highest national significance and enables the federal government to provide the full range of law enforcement security resources necessary to support local officials in ensuring a safe, successful event. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Secret Service has been designated as the federal coordinator for this particular effort. Lax security will not be the case, they are saying, as the case was for security at other events that Charlie Kirk attended on college campuses around the country. Statement said, our teams are already on the ground in Phoenix and Glendale working side by side, state, local, federal partners. They're expecting tens of thousands of mourners. State Farm Stadium can seat more than 63,000 people. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, the new CEO and chair of Turning Point USA, will also be giving remarks. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also expected to be speaking there. So we're talking the full top delegation of officials here in the U.S., so be aware of that. Law enforcement is going to be heavy duty there in the area this weekend, which technically already is the case. All right, Senor Heatwave, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding me over. Yeah, so Hugh Freeze says the midnight yell practice, which is a Texas A&M tradition, especially when they're at an away game, they ask permission to use a facility like, say, the other team's football stadium or somewhere in the community to do their midnight yell practice, and it draws thousands of Aggie faithful to these things, as to practice their cheering so they can win on the cheering as well as on the football field on Saturdays. And Hugh Freeze says, no, I really want them limited as to how many Aggies can be there at the football game because it might disturb our players. What? You knew this going in when Texas A&M petitioned the SEC to become a member, that they were going to be bringing their tradition. And, well, it's not only the players that may be disturbed, it may be the fans around there listening to this raucous Aggie yell practice going, what in the hell? But, I mean, that's crazy, Texas now has a law that says anybody that's doing excessive heckling from the stands can be thrown out of any game, football, basketball, volleyball, baseball, you name it. It's like, wow, was it really getting that bad to where they had to say, you know what, that's too much? Maybe all them Little League games where the parents got into a fight started this legislation that became law. I don't know. But, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, with Charlie getting... being Secret Service and all, you would figure it would already be that way because of the president, vice president,
Sure.
and other dignitaries being there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, what did Charlie say that threatened the other side? Oh, I know what it was. It was the truth. That's what threatened the other side. I mean, if words are going to hurt somebody, then I guess Charlie was guilty of that. But he was true to his faith and true to his beliefs. And, Democrats are always saying, you got to follow the science, got to follow the science. Just like Polly the parrot, follow the science.
Yeah.
When the hell has Democrats ever followed science? I mean, they're allowing people to think that there's 180 different genders out there. It's like, well, what's the next person going to say? I'm a potted plant. I need to be watered every day, twice a day. I mean, good night. So, yeah, and I think I was saying this the other night, that if you have the death penalty, it don't matter who you shoot, who you kill. You need to be given 2 years behind bars for sure before the sentence is carried out, and you get your three petitions to retry the case or whatever, appeal the case decision. You get your 3 tries. But you don't need to be behind bars for 30, 40 years before, the execution date gets there, because, you may die in jail. You may be spared the death penalty. But no, I mean, I don't want to pay taxes for that long. And it's the county in which let's see if I can think of this. I think in Texas, it's the county in which you were convicted. That county pays for your well-being and upkeep until the time that you're executed, and that ain't right. I mean, you didn't think twice about knocking off your victim, and if they can prove without a shadow of a doubt through physical evidence, video evidence, and DNA evidence, then you're put up to the head of the line. And, the death penalty, in my opinion, needs to be brought back and used. Those blue states,
I believe Senor Heatwave must have lost his cell. And away he goes. All right, let's see. Yesterday was the second day of the president's visit to the UK, this time sitting down with the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Yeah, the final day of his visit there to Britain. Technological investment, steel tariffs, potentially tricky talks over Ukraine and Gaza were all on the agenda yesterday. The two leaders first signed a tech prosperity deal. UK officials say will bring thousands of jobs and billions in investment in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and nuclear energy. Starmer touting the special relationship between the UK and the US at the start of a business roundtable attended by tech bosses, including NVIDIA's CEO. He said that the ties come down to leaders who respect each other and genuinely like each other. Yeah, leaning over and patting Trump on the shoulder as he addressed reporters. Starmer added the deals and investment that they're announcing break all records. The biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile is the way he put it. Trump echoed those comments, saying the UK and US have an unbreakable bond. Trump also noted if he had not imposed tariffs, his country would only have a fraction of the investment it's currently seeing. Now, he's also told at a business reception during the state visit that the U.S. will have regulation, but it will be sane regulation. Now, he said their historic agreement on science and technology will create new government, academic work, and private sector cooperation in areas like artificial intelligence is taking over the world. All right, there was much more discussed over the past day, but positive things coming from that particular visit. Again, the historic second visit of a sitting U.S. president, something that's never happened there in the UK before. All right, Brain Dead going to be checking out. I guess he got called in even when he was on vacation. All right, let me get a quick 2-minute timeout and we'll see get the rest of the story. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. So I guess the vacation was cut a little bit short. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, not much, Steve. See, what it is, Steve, we have what we call a will work list, and they'll go to this will work list if people are off or on vacation, and they sign up for it, and when the extra board is totally exhausted and there's work left over that's got to be done, instead of calling an outside carrier, they call the will work people. Hey, you want to come in and do this run? Because I needed a little bit of extra money anyway. I had to put brakes on Dingbat's car today, which was kind of odd because they're like, well, you want to go out? No. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't want to go out. Well, we'll pay you extra. Okay, what time? So, I'm just saying I need the money, I'm a little, but anyway. So, answer me a question. Did I just hear Heatwave say this correctly, Steve? He identifies as a potted plant. Did I hear this right?
Yes, needs watered twice a day.
He needs to be careful of the person that identifies as a cat and buries a cat turd in them, I mean, come on now. Something better. But what you got planned for your weekend there, buddy?
Nothing big really on the slate this weekend. Going to be a regular old short weekend. Probably Uncle Fred's got some cats he needs to get rid of. You want to adopt a half dozen cats?
I think Heatwave would want a couple of them cats, since he's a potted plant.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, now I got an email today that I've been kind of lazy and not checking my email, and I should have done this earlier. But starting, I think it's in a couple of weeks from now or 3 weeks from now, I'm going to college. I'm going to Arkansas State University. I'm doing one of their online programs.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to take my SAT scores, SAT test this weekend. So if anybody wants to help a brother out, with some answers to the SAT, it'll be graciously appreciated. With them whole wooden nickels left around. So, but yeah, I'm going and studying logistics and supply chain management because I figure somebody with going on 30 years experience into the industry should be a welcome asset to any company out there. any form of the transportation industry because you've got real world experience, but I had to go get this piece of paper to put me in the office. So, but yeah, I'm hoping I can catch a few football games on Saturday. Now how did Big Ed and Grump take their picks? Because I'm just kind of curious, Steve, about this whole this whole their whole pick. So,
Okay, well, they were they were divided on Texas Tech and Utah. Texas Tech, Utah. Grump took Tech, Texas Tech, Utah, Big Ed.
I think I'm gonna stay with I'm gonna stay with Texas Tech. I'm gonna go with Texas Tech on that one.
Okay.
I do like how they're playing. I do like how they're playing. Excuse me, but yeah, I think I'll take Texas Tech on that one. What do they say about Auburn and Oklahoma?
All right, they were unanimous with Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll second that. What about Michigan, Nebraska?
Split decision. Big Ed says Michigan. Grump goes with Nebraska.
Check my notes here. I'm going to take Michigan, but this is going to be a hard win, and it's going to be probably a touchdown or less. So now let's kick off with South Carolina and Missouri.
Unanimous with Missouri. Mizzou.
We'll second that one. What about Indiana and Illinois?
Let's see. Split decision. Grump thinks Illinois. Big Ed said Indiana.
I'm going to take Indiana on this one, but it's going to be a very close. It's going to be like the game of the week. It's like that one you want to just circle on the calendar and just, the one you're waiting for all season. But now the one that I have my eye on because it's close to home is Memphis and Arkansas. How did they go with that one?
Unanimous with Arkansas.
I'm going to disagree with them.
Oh yeah.
I'm on Memphis. Memphis has played in the last 9 power conference games. They've won 7 of the 9 at home. And 2 of those happened, well, there were 2 bowl games in this too. One of them they actually did win. The other one they lost to Iowa State. I do think that they're one of the underrated teams of this season. They do have a couple good games coming up with Tulane and South Florida. And that's going to be interesting because I'm going to take Memphis, not because my late father was a Memphis fan, but because I see that they're going to do it really well. Now, what did they come up with as far as Miami and the Gators here?
They were both unanimous Miami, hands down Miami.
Anybody know the number to the crime scene department? Because I guarantee you there's going to be one right after that game. Sorry, Dingbat. Sorry, dear. But you want to take a break? I want to talk something serious on the other side about the police department, what Eagle was saying.
All right. We got a few minutes here, but yeah, we'll get a fresh start as we get ready to kick off the final hour. So a couple of other tidbits I can throw your way. Let me see. It was, I think, horse feathers. Or maybe it was somebody, one of our listening friends. I thank everybody who sends me tips and emails and links and things like that. A frightening collision earlier this week, Hamlin County, Tennessee, as a semi-truck slammed into a school bus just as the first students of the day were about to step on board. According to the school bus driver, she had already activated the stop sign, the flashing lights, when a semi hauling plywood, pretty much, sheets of wood, struck the rear of the bus at full speed without braking. Impact pushing the bus forward before any children had actually entered. One child was just moments away from stepping on the bus. Was nearly hit. He was literally getting ready to step up on the bus, and the bus started moving, and it knocked his shoe off. The driver, disoriented by the collision, initially thought there might be a fire. I didn't know what hit me until I got off the bus. My first reaction was get on the walkie-talkie, but all the power was out, and all I saw was smoke. The aftermath, the semi-truck driver was able to exit his vehicle, transported to the hospital with minor injuries. The driver of the bus was also taken to the hospital, symptoms of whiplash. Miraculously, again, no children injured. The bus driver, the truck driver, has now been charged with reckless driving, failure to exercise due care, and overtaking a stopped school bus. All serious violations under Tennessee law, they say. It's about all the details, no other information released. Meanwhile, coming up in our final hour, Elon Musk. He's back in the headlines with his full self-driving software again, coming under scrutiny as multiple Tesla owners are reporting incidents of their vehicles failing to recognize and respond appropriately to oncoming trains at railroad crossings. NBC News reports that Tesla's much-touted full self-driving software, the add-on package of driver assistance feature, has raised concerns among car owners and experts due to its apparent inability to safely navigate railroad crossings. So again, more on that coming up in our final hour. And of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speed Max Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speed Max. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illegal immigration across the southern border is hitting record low levels under President Trump.
FBI Director Kash Patel told Congress that known or suspected terrorists no longer have huge crowds to blend in with.
We've encountered almost zero at the southern border since the southern border has been sealed.
He claimed our enemies are now trying to sneak across other borders. That includes coming in from Canada, which is now, he says, one of his highest priorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Protesters gathered today outside the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. That's where Jimmy Kimmel Live is recorded.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The protest comes a day after Disney-owned ABC Television indefinitely suspended Kimmel following the comedian's comments about the murder of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. The protest, organized by RefuseFascism.org, is calling for Kimmel to be reinstated immediately. The group also plans to march on Washington, D.C. in November to call for President Trump to step down. I'm Phil Hewlett.
A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to improve conditions in a New York City building which houses illegal aliens.
The judge had already issued an order last month directing ICE to improve conditions at the Manhattan building. On Wednesday, he issued a preliminary injunction ordering ICE to continue addressing the issue. The judge wrote he was issuing the order to protect migrants from potentially inhumane treatment. A lawsuit filed by one of the migrants detained at the facility alleges cramped and squalid conditions. Andrew Whitman, New York.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 124 points. The S&P 500 rose by 31 points, and the Nasdaq gained 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The city of Seattle warns residents to watch out for aggressive owls at Lincoln Park.
The Seattle Parks and Recreation Department says an owl recently dive-bombed someone at the West Seattle Park and snatched the person's hat right off their head. The department set up signs to warn parkgoers about the belligerent birds. Officials say it appears one aggressive owl in particular is behind multiple attacks at the facility. Owls sometimes dive-bomb people or other animals in an effort to protect their territory. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New details are surfacing in connection with a deadly shooting outside of a grade school in Berwyn. That's just outside of Chicago.
Lincoln Middle School Assistant Principal Narissa Lee, her mother Jocelyn Everidge, and her husband Stephen Lee were the 3 people killed Tuesday afternoon. Police say the man took his own life after shooting his wife and mother-in-law in a domestic incident. Here's one of the students at Lincoln Middle School.
It's gonna be really different to not see her smile light up the whole entire room. I mean, she was so funny. She would always make me laugh, and oh my gosh, she was just amazing.
Perry Williams with that report. American workers are growing increasingly stressed about debt and finances.
That's according to a new Bank of America survey that showed 47% of people with jobs felt financially secure. That's down from 52% in January. 3/4 of workers are worried about the overall state of the economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, here we go. Final hour, Friday. Rolling into a weekend. Yeah, final weekend of summer. That's it. The next weekend, be rolling into the first official weekend of fall. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Brain Dead had, all right, we're changing gears a little. Had some comments about the law enforcement and whatnot. Go ahead.
Yeah, Eagle, I agree with you 1,000% about the law enforcement and your call that I heard, because I hadn't been listening earlier, but I agree with you. We're getting the National Guard here sometime this upcoming week.
Mm-hmm.
And I welcome them. I want to see what the National Guard is going to do. But part of the problem is the handcuffing of the police. Let me explain. The council, and a bunch of clowns are in the city of Memphis anyway, are handcuffed the police department from doing their job. Steve, you could literally blow through a red light at 100 miles an hour on a city street, and a cop just sits there, a Memphis police officer just looks at you and just waves. Just waves. You can go and stab somebody in front of a Memphis police officer, and they don't do nothing. Literally, you can commit murder and do nothing. Because this city has been sued so many times, and there's so many judges that'll hear these cases instead of kicking them back saying, sorry, the police department was doing their job, you need to go after the other party, the party that is charged with these crimes. And what is the straw that broke the camel's back was here, I think it was about a couple years ago, a 16-year-old at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night was riding around in a stolen vehicle, was being chased by the MPD, blew through a red light at about 100 miles an hour, hitting about 3 cars, and one of those cars killed 3 sisters at a gas station who was getting gas at the same time. The family of those 3 sisters sued MPD for chasing this car. That's a stolen vehicle, stolen, 16 years old, and for them doing their job. You put the handcuffs on them because now the police can't pursue nobody. We have I think they said 50 more highway patrol officers patrolling the city streets, whereas before the highway patrol would not get off the interstate to come patrol the city of Memphis. They said, it's a whole, what they call that handshake agreement, that reciprocity, I think of what they saying.
That would be it.
So,
Reciprocity.
But Mayor Young, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, reciprocity, that was the word. We work from one jurisdiction to the other, cooperation.
But the thing is, though, that kid also was charged for carrying a machine gun, a fully automatic machine gun, 16 years old. Now, I don't know why he wasn't charged federally for having a machine gun, because the last time I checked, anything that was an automatic rifle, you had to have a tax and a stamp. Pappy could probably answer that question a lot better than what me, not being a gun enthusiast, could even remotely understand. But that's the problem, is they're trying to keep from being sued. And I think right now the Arkansas State Police has got a big lawsuit going because they killed some girl who was in a high-speed chase with her boyfriend. She was on Facebook Live and on the phone with her mama saying, hey, we're on a police chase. They were trying to pick him up for, if I remember right, it was some sort of child rape or child molestation charges. And he, as far as I know, he's still sitting in jail on a $1.5 million bond. And they got a laundry list of charges against him. But that family of that girl is going after the state police officers for chasing dude. This is the problem. The judges need to look at these cases and throw them out. Just teetotally, just throw them out, Steve. But I had something kind of interesting happen yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. See, you know, I've told you about it in the past. Me and Dingbat have our little Thursday, our little date day. You know, we go out go to a lunch. Excuse me. So we go to this little Mexican restaurant in town that we kind of like. So we could sit down and, start looking through the menu. The waiter, you know how the waiters come up, what do you want to drink? She said, I'll take a sweet tea. And obviously, and I take the same thing too. But when the waiter brings it back over, she notices there's kind of warm, like it's just been brewed or whatnot.
Yeah.
And the waiter goes, okay. The waiter said, okay, is there anything else you want? Is there anything else you would like? She said, ice, and everybody went running out the building. I don't know what happened, Steve. So have a good.
Yeah, in this day and age, that's about the extent of it. Ice, and out the door they went. All right, Elon Musk. NBC News reports Tesla's much-touted full self-driving software, the add-on package to the driver assistance features, raising concerns. Inability to safely navigate railroad crossing. Despite Elon's claims that FSD is the future of transport, capable of navigating almost anywhere with your active supervision, a number of Tesla drivers reporting alarming incidents where their vehicles failed to detect oncoming trains or respond appropriately to the flashing lights and descending gate arms at rail crossings. One Tesla owner from northern Texas narrowly avoided a potentially catastrophic collision when his Tesla, operating on FSD mode, failed to recognize an approaching train at a crossing. He said, it felt like it was going to run through the crossing arms, so obviously I just slammed on the brakes. Video evidence from the car's cameras appears to corroborate his account, and a subsequent test at the same crossing yielded similar results, with the Tesla software failing to detect the oncoming train. They say, is not an isolated incident. At least 6 Tesla drivers using FSD have reported problems with the technology at rail crossings, 4 providing video evidence, plus numerous online posts on the Tesla forums and social media platforms describing similar mishaps, with some dating back to June of 2023. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration acknowledging the issue, stating that they are aware of the incidents. They've been in communication with the manufacturer. The emphasis is on our commitment to enforcing the law, prioritizing the safety of all road users. Now, experts warn the consequences of these software failures could be disastrous. If it's having trouble stopping at rail crossings, that is an accident waiting to happen. It's a matter of which driver gets caught at the wrong time. Yeah, the rail industry has expressed concerns about the potential dangers posed by autonomous vehicles at railroad crossings. All the way back in 2018, the Association of American Railroads stressed the complexity of the issue, noting that self-driving cars must recognize various signals, including locomotive headlights, horns, bells, as not all crossings obviously have gates and flashing lights. Despite those warnings, Tesla's Elon Musk has continued to make some bold claims about the capabilities of FSD, asserting that they can drive themselves. Experts argue these claims are not supported by evidence. Tesla itself classifies FSD as a level 2 system that does require constant human supervision. The root of the problem, according to experts, may lie in the training data that's used to develop the software. They suggested engineers may not have included sufficient examples of train crossings in the videos they used to train the software. Thus, its inability to handle these scenarios effectively. It's a learning process across the board. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Back on our Friday edition. Well, there he is. Lo and behold, the Knucklebuster is up and at him.
Oh, absolutely. I'm back out on these 2-lane roads over here in Texas running 75 mile an hour, and that is the speed limit, see? So I hope I got better cell service than what I had yesterday morning. So, that was quite a fiasco there. Well, I want to give a simplified shout-out to Trucking Field, Captain Ron. I believe Donut Man's even a Marine. He gave a simplified shout-out last night, and I'll even go with Lauren Wheaton Grump this morning. And as always, our gracious host, the great Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I agree with Trump. Everybody needs to be financially responsible. Pay all your bills off. Don't owe nobody nothing. I've just about got all Tennessee debt paid off too. So I own the house. I own 3 cars now, so I can't drive all 3 at one time. But well, you reckon I could if I hooked them all to a laptop team and went all autonomous?
Might be a little risky there, Knucklebuster. I don't know.
Yeah, probably would there. Hey, when all else fails on that autonomous stuff, step on the brakes and stop it. That's the best thing he done. You can have self-driving car. Tennessee's car is self-driving. It's got that lane-centered technology on it. You can take your hands off the steering wheel for a little bit, but it eventually says you put your hands back on the wheel. You got to have human supervision in on it there. So, all right, let's switch gears. We're going to talk about college football, Steve. The true winner in all sporting events is the Vegas book. And it don't make no difference whether it's Sunday, Monday, Thursday, or Saturday. Hey, the best team win, and that's all that matters. So you ever get a day of the week, you can win, you can lose. But I'm still going to choose Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss. They're pretty good too. And I'll pick any SEC team too, because if they're playing somebody else. But well, you reckon I need to carry my next door neighbor out again this weekend, season?
Hey, that's up to you, Knucklebuster. What do you think?
Well, she's a good-looking blonde-headed woman there. That's all I know. But Tennessee was blonde too. But we can go out to dinner and a movie, but I ain't gonna be no hanky-panky, right?
Right.
So I just think I ain't got to that point yet. I don't know. Well, but anyway, have a great morning. I'm out here on this 2-lane road. I don't know whether I'm breaking up or you're breaking up. So,
all right. Well,
we'll
thanks.
talk to you later.
There you go. Hey, thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. Have a good weekend. There were just a couple of quick tidbits. I mentioned that this meeting with President Trump and the British Prime Minister this past day, they did say that the two discussed ways to increase defense support for Ukraine and increase pressure on Vladimir Putin to agree to a peace deal. Starmer told reporters, quote, "We have discussed today how we can build our defenses, further support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree to a deal that will last." So see what they come up with there, what the final outcome might be. President Trump said Putin has, was it Putin or Netanyahu? I guess both of them technically have really disappointed him. Meanwhile, a panel of U.S. vaccine advisors appointed by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. this past day voted to remove the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's recommendation that allow for the use of a combined measles, mumps, rubella, varicella vaccine in children under the age of 4 years old. Now, that's one I'm not familiar with. I've heard of the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella. I'm not familiar with the varicella being attached to that. The panel voted 8-3 against the use of the combined shot, recommending children in that age group receive the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, and a separate varicella vaccine. I guess they feel as you're trying to combine too many different things at once to plunge into the youngster's body, right? Would that be the midnight mover?
Yes, sir. Hey, I seen an article where Chuck Schumer was crying the blues about Jimmy Kimmel, and if you can look this up, a couple of years ago, he was calling for the removal of Tucker Carlson from Fox News. So maybe it's just kind of come back to bite him a little bit there.
Yeah, I saw some of the archived video clips of Jimmy Kimmel when Tucker got dismissed, where he was kind of celebrating that on his program. He was gleeful about it.
Yeah. Kind of like I said, kind of karma coming back there, looked like to me. And as far as Hot Shot Secret, I've been using it for a long time. Turned a friend of mine on to it. He's using it. I'm trying to get him to call into the show so he can give him a free voucher. So I'm going to give him a shout out.
Yeah.
Kyle, call in to Steve.
Oh.
He needs to call in and get it. I've been using it for a long time, and I recommend it to anybody.
And what was his name again? Did you say Kyle?
Kyle, yeah. I'm giving you a shout out to call in. Years ago, there was an owner-operator I knew for about, he's owner-operator 40 years. And, you know, you and I think it was Grump will go talking about the lease purchase program. He always told me, he said, you can get in debt to that banker all you want, but he said, never get in debt to your employer.
Mm-hmm.
So that was always his slogan. But I love the show. Talk to you later, Steve.
All right. I think that was probably good advice he gave you back in the day there. Don't get in debt to your employer. That makes sense. All right, quickly, an effort from Yellow Corporation, the defunct Yellow, and its majority shareholder MFN Partners to overturn the ruling requiring it to pay the pension withdrawal liabilities, being shot down in a federal appeals court this week. The Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit ruled with a federal bankruptcy court in Delaware saying the fact that various pension funds that Yellow once contributed to, the fact they received federal bailout money, does not absolve the former LTL carrier from liabilities tied to their abrupt shutdown and exit from those plans. Employers party to multi-employer pension plans are required to pay their allocable share of unfunded vested benefits when exiting a plan. Now, withdrawal liability claims attached to Yellow at one point in time totaled more than $6.5 billion, roughly $4.8 billion of which were held by the Central States Pension Fund. Yellow argued that the plans are now fully funded following the pension fund bailout package, and that they owed little to nothing to the plans that covered roughly 22,000 of their union employees. Now, the American Rescue Plan, as we know, gave Pension Insurance Benefit Guarantee Corp the authority to craft guidelines to make sure bailout money would only be used to cover planned benefits and cost and keep employers from skirting withdrawal liability. They created two key regulations. The first said special financial assistance awarded to the MEPs would not be recognized as a plan asset until the money was actually received. The second mandated the recognition of the funds would be phased in over time, even though they were distributed in a lump sum. That was to keep other contributing employers from using the bailout to exit the plans. All right, so the appeals court actually ultimately agreed that they acted within their authority when they created those rules. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An immigration judge is ordering the deportation of Muhammad Khalil.
Court documents show the judge alleged in a hearing last Friday the former Columbia University grad student omitted information from his green card application. Khalil had been detained by the Trump administration as part of a crackdown on those criticizing Israel's war in Gaza. He was released in June. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump congratulated ABC for taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
The popular late-night host received a lot of conservative backlash after he joked the Charlie Kirk assassin was MAGA. Wednesday, Trump praised ABC for pulling Kimmel and said Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Stephen Colbert. He then took aim at late-night comedians Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC, and added, "Do it, NBC." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back at it here. Friday. It's been a while since we've heard from Achy Breaky. What's going on?
Hey, Steve, I don't know if you've heard about these two young men they found hanging in the trees in Mississippi.
Well, I heard about one, which they said was not suspected to be foul play, like a suicide. I have not heard about a second.
Yeah, they found a second one, and I found that to be a very suspicious thing when they found a second one. And it's not really made the news. I mean, I'm not really seeing it in the news. I've had to go search. I heard about the first one, and then when I heard about the second one, I went and searched, and yeah, there's a second one, and I'm like, and I'm not seeing it in the big national news, and I'm like, you know, I think it's sad that it's not making the news because there's something going on, you know, is the way I feel about it. And have we heard from Eagle lately?
Yes, we did hear from him this morning. Indeed. Yes.
Okay. I had fell asleep this morning and I hadn't heard. I just didn't hear it. So I was just wanting to check and see if we had heard from him. So, yeah, I just thought I'd call in and I wanted to mention about those two young men. It's sad, you know.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, I did a quick search, and I am seeing several different headlines about that. See what I can pull up real quick. If I can enlarge that. Yeah, let's see. Eyes are on Delta State University as a student's body was found hanging from a tree on campus Monday of this week. A second Mississippi man also found hanged on Monday. Upon investigation, the county coroner's office released a statement outlining additional information into the Delta State University case, which has been ruled a suicide. Now, police in Vicksburg are still investigating the other man's death. They say, here's what we know. Police and the university identified Demartravian Reed, 21 years old, is the black man found deceased. The Clarion Ledger normally doesn't reveal the names of those that commit suicide, but the University of 2700 announced the name in a public meeting. His body was found early Monday, hanging from the tree near the pickleball courts and the Court of Governors dormitories. Delta State University police said his department was notified about 7:05 a.m. At this time, police say no foul play is suspected. During a news conference on Monday, they say Reed committed suicide. While there's no evidence of foul play, the body has been retrieved by the coroner's office, he said, requesting the assistance of the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. So again, as far as the second case, which I have no idea where Delta State University is, in proximity to Vicksburg, close by. And again, that particular case is still being investigated. So, all right. Someone said, many people hang themselves in this country every day. Don't make something out of something that's really not, they're saying. All right, so let's see. Good morning to Steve there in Columbus. Morning, Steve Sommers, and all the listeners out there. Best day of the week. Looking forward to a couple of days of doing nothing. No plans as of yet. Might just stay that way. Nonetheless, the coffee's hot. Pickup ready to go. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Well, there he is, Truck and Phil. All right, happy casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Another warm one. We're starting at 59, 87 the high, 63, high of 81 for Newaygo, Michigan. How about a big shout out to the Knucklebuster? Roll on. 2 weeks from tomorrow, I will be getting married to the wonderful Jody. As the days get shorter, life gets greater. Well, congratulations there. All right, appreciate you letting us know there. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Oh, yeah, only 97 days till Christmas. The right-wing nut back with us here on a Friday.
Yes, right. Wing nut, yeah. Oh, let me tell you something, Steve. Before I get to the important part of it, you hear about that group of idiots that are protesting Disney, ABC for pulling Kimball off and demanding that he put him back on right now.
Yes.
Are they going to be paying the salary and the losses that show has incurred? Or are they just self-righteous, pencil-pushing geeks that decide, oh yeah, we are the mighty left?
Well, that same group, I don't know. Did you catch the fact that same group is demanding that the president, Donald Trump, step down as president? They're demanding that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Donald Trump's going to acquiesce to their demands because obviously these group of idiots know better than the elected officials and the ones that we 70-something million people put in office. So, sorry about that. Them damn cigars are running a little dry. So, anyways, well, I went to that 31andMe website and checked up to see what kind of other family members fell off the trees. And yeah, I heard from one last night. He's a self-proclaimed Hare Krishna minister and said he likes going to ice rinks. I'm not sure what that is, but he left me a voicemail and said he'd call me back later on tonight after the show, but he's got a weird name. I tell you, it's weird. Says his name is Left Nut Dangling. What kind of a name is Dangling? Good night.
That's even stranger than the right-wing nut.
Right ring nut, yeah. Well, yeah, I know, but I don't know, maybe there was one family tree with a bunch of branches crossed over and the fruit fell but didn't go far from the tree, you know. Well, I guess I'm going to go down the road here and see what kind of trouble I can get into. You have yourself a good night. We'll talk to you
Well,
next week.
indeed. All right. Tip of the hat, though, to the dangling nut, part of the family tree. Who gets to follow that up? I guess the anonymous hippopotamus. You get to follow that up. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Wonderful. Anyways, hey, speaking of the Jimmy Kimmel thing there, so I guess the whole thing is, maybe I'm looking at it different from everybody, a lot of people, but as far as I see, like ABC, they paid Jimmy Kimmel to be a product. It was a product on that they sold their customers, Sinclair and what were the other big ones there that they were selling their product to be on the ABC channels. And when those customers didn't want ABC's product because of the content that Jimmy Kimmel put in his program, then they said they didn't want it. So how can anybody force ABC to sell a product that nobody wants to buy? I don't know. Just asking. But I think that's kind of the way it really should be talked about, looked upon.
Yeah.
Is the product and not saying, you know, it's this guy or that guy. You know, if they don't produce the product that the customer wants, the customer's not going to buy it. So at this point, you know, I don't know. Anyways, that's kind of where I was throwing that out. For anybody that's actually in the Denver, Reading, Lancaster area, I believe it's tomorrow there. I sent you the thing there. There's the local truck chapter there is having a Marmon truck show.
Marmon.
So if anybody wants to come out and see some of the Marmon trucks, yes, sir. So the old hand-built trucks from Texas. If anybody wants to come out and see a bunch of them, there'll be a whole bunch of them there. I believe it's, as I say, tomorrow there. I sent you the email. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I believe it's tomorrow that they're doing that. So if not, then I'm wrong, and I'm broadcasting it early. But I'm not sure. But anyways, maybe you can help me out there with that. So with that, we'll let you go and finish my information, and everybody have a good weekend, and we'll chat at y'all. Oh, is it going to be the greatest day of the week? I'm not sure about that.
Yes, it will. That is affirmative. Okay, you did send me the email. You are correct. You are not speaking out of line. September 20th, 2025. That would be Saturday, starting at 8 a.m. All truck makes are welcome, it says here, including hot rods and wrap rods, located at the Weaver Markets. Let's see. Food available at the Weaver Markets restaurant. A trailer drop lot available. Free admission. It is the East Coast Marmon Truck Show. All right, so there you go. Thanks for the heads up there. Saturday, 8 a.m. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
You know, about a week ago when the Charlie Kirk assassination was fresh in the news, Pappy had called, kind of shared what some officials, I guess, medical experts were kind of describing how the bullet had ricocheted off the bulletproof vest and kind of gone into the neck and straight up to the brain. Everybody kind of explained that. This past day, a guy by the name of Frank Turek, who was just feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was shot. In his new podcast episode, he kind of recounted that day in the frantic rush to the hospital where the doctors pronounced him dead. Kirk, they say, first reached out to Turek several years ago for mentorship in Christian apologetics. In the podcast entitled The Greatness of Charlie Kirk, an eyewitness account of his life and martyrdom, their relationship blossomed. Turek saying he came to consider Charlie as a son. On the morning of the event, Turek joined Kirk's team on the car ride to the university, discussing potential student questions, fine-tuning some of the answers. After making a quick stop to speak to a local entrepreneur group, the team arrived at the venue. Kirk began taking photos with supporters, tossing hats to the crowd. Although Turek told Kirk he was concerned about the large number of nearby buildings and the safety risks they could pose, he said Kirk seemed confident in his private security and the local police detail. Eager to share the excitement, Turek FaceTimed family members as he stood about 30 feet to Kirk's right. He explained that during a question about transgender violence, he heard the single shot and watched as Kirk fell backward. I'm still on the phone, and my daughter-in-law told me that those were the first words out of my mouth. No, no, no. Turek said, if your son got hit, what would you do? I got in the car because if there was any way I could save him, I had to do something. He and the security team jumped into the SUV that they used to travel to the event, speeding to the hospital, performing CPR and praying. Charlie's so tall, we can't close the door, he said. We drove 4 miles all the way to the hospital with the door open. But as they raced to the hospital, Turek said he realized, Charlie was gone. He wasn't there. His eyes were fixed. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity. He was already with Jesus. He was killed instantly and felt absolutely no pain. Despite the best efforts, there was nothing they could do to save him. He said, if that's any comfort at all, Charlie didn't suffer. He was gone. He was with Jesus, absent from the body, present with the Lord. That's where he was. Now, they say doctors briefly restored his pulse at the hospital, but a surgeon pronounced him dead within half an hour. I described Charlie's injuries as, quote, catastrophic. All right, and that's Pappy was saying if there's any solace in the fact that that bullet ricocheted through the neck straight up into the brain, and it was likely an instantaneous death. All right, a couple minutes left here as we roll into a Friday. Welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
All right, let's get a Simple Pie shout out to Truck and Field again there. Congratulations to him and Jody. Steve, I need to put my dress blues on and get my sword on and go up there for the wedding.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it'll be up to me again, right? Well, I gotta disagree with the death is painless. I can tell you that death. I've seen people die. It ain't painless, buddy. You can say what you want. Your brain they already proven your brain lives about 7 minutes after you die. So you know what's going on around you. So, to Charlie Kirk's family, go rest high on that mountain, buddy. That's all I can tell him. I'm really sad to have seen him got shot. I think that was, they ought to throw the book at that boy and make it swift. That way people will think twice about doing that, especially the same thing up there with anyone that shoots a cop or something.
Yeah.
I guarantee you need to go and quit all this dilly-dallying around. I don't care whether you believe in the death penalty or not. Get them gone. All right, have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll put the spoke on you next week, brother.
All right. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. Appreciate you being a part of the show as always, right? They were talking about this on the news earlier in the week, but I guess for a moment it seemed almost like a blast from the past. There was a plume over Mount St. Helens on Tuesday that looked like the volcano might be erupting again. Fortunately, that was not the case. Just a wind-whipped encore, they say, that was decades in the making. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, strong easterly wind gusts were sweeping across the crater and the nearby slopes in the Washington Cascades, kicking up old deposits of ash from that historic 1980 eruption, often referred to as the big one, but flinging that dust thousands of feet into the air. They emphasized this is not a sign of renewed volcanic activity. The alert level and the aviation color code were still at green, the lowest setting. Images shared by the Geological Survey and the National Weather Service there in Portland, though, showed the plumes of ash drifting downwind. For some of the folks downwind, it was momentary panic for anybody watching the skies. The ash was also visible on satellite, and the National Weather Service said pilot reports indicated ash had risen up to 10,000 feet in the air. Resuspended volcanic ash is not unusual, they say, at Mount St. Helens. That 1980 massive eruption blasting a column of ash and gas more than 15 miles into the atmosphere. Pockets of that fine, powdery rock still lingering today on the volcano's flanks and inside the crater. And when conditions line up just right, dry surfaces, no snow cover, strong winds, obviously, as we witnessed, those deposits can be lofted into the air once again. So all's well that ends well, as they say. With that, we'll close out our Friday edition. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Be safe, have a great weekend, and come back at the midnight hour here Sunday night into a Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.